Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Irene,
Please,
can
the
you
court, my
call,
lady. Good morning.
Good morning,
can you
Judge.
please call the matter into the record, Irene?
Okay, today is the 9th of September 2021. Calling the matter of life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021.
Thank you. Ms. Buthelezi, you are reminded that you're still under oath. Mr. Mapianya, is he present today?
There was no one, when I was doing roll call, he was not there, and there was also no one on his behalf.
Did you ask Mr. Sibara as to what is happening now? Is Mr. Sibara there? Can we hear from him?
As the court, please, my lady, it's Advocate Makani here.
Yes.
Advocate Sibara is experiencing some challenges. The information that I have is that the situation remains that of yesterday. So there's no new information as to whether is Mr. Mapianya appearing or not.
Is there someone who can assist us to call him just to check his whereabouts? Irene, can you do so while we proceed?
Yes, Judge, I will try to contact.
Morning, my lady.
Is that Mr. Sibara? Because
Yes,
I see here.
I had to move to Advocate Minjalele's chambers.
Yes.
I'll try and phone him again. The position is still the same as Advocate Makani alluded. I'll check him.
But we should know because now he's taking our court's time, isn't it?
So we'll check him. I'll continue to check him, my lady.
Please do so that we should know how we proceed. We shouldn't. I don't like people keeping the court waiting.
As it pleases the court, my lady.
Okay. Thank you very much. Where is the evidence leader?
Can you just take F1, please? F1.
Yes, is the witness available, Dr. Litebe?
Lebete is present, my lady.
Okay, I see there's a hand. Who is that? Is that Ms. Koka?
Yes, my lady. Good morning, my lady.
Good morning.
I will address the court, my lady, after Ms. Marriott is done addressing you.
After?
Ms. Marriott is done addressing you, my lady.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
My lady, while waiting, can I request the statement of Zanele Buthelezi be marked as exhibit number D?
Exhibit number?
D for Delta.
Okay. Can we first hear what Mr. Koka is going to say to us before we proceed?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I thought it is an opportune time for me to address this issue of my surname, my lady.
Please assist me because I am trying myself, yes.
Yes, my lady. If we remember, my lady, the first day you struggled, but you've made an effort and you are pronouncing it correctly. I've noted, my ladies, most of my colleagues, they struggle, that I expect, but my lady, I'm requesting for an effort. I can't be a nameless advocate or that advocate who's representing Miss Gordon.
Okay, no, it's fine. That will be looked at.
Thank you.
Even Miss Ketani Mahlangu, I can hear the way the name is being pronounced.
Yes,
But
my lady.
okay, all right, that has been noted.
Thank you, my lady.
Okay. I have a few questions that I want to ask this witness, but I thought I wanted Mr. Mapianya to first finish his cross-examination. Irene, if I may ask you, from yesterday's roll call, was there anybody representing Mr. Makanya, Mr. Mapianya?
No, there wasn't. Ever since Monday, there's no one who has been in attendance on behalf of Bopilong Suruman.
From Monday the 6th, ne?
Yes.
I'm going to allow just a 10-minute break, and then we'll start thereafter after we hear what is happening.
As a court, please.
Okay.
May it please the court, my lady. Irene?
Kan nog weer 'n WhatsApp stuurtjie?
Ja, WhatsApp stuur.
Ja.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, I would like us to proceed. Can we hear, is Mr. Sibara? Where is he, Mr. Sibara? I think he was busy with trying to sort out some problems with his connections. Mr. Sibara, are you there? I'm going to proceed. In the meantime, I will continue to ask the witness some questions, and then we will therefore excuse the witness if there is no one having questions from the questions that I shall have asked the witness. Mrs. Buthelezi.
My lady.
In your statement, and this question came through cross-examination of the various legal representatives. This question about your statement that says 60% of the patients were dischargeable, were not dischargeable. You remember that?
That's correct, my lady.
Yes, and I know that you have told this court as to what category of patients were cared for in Waverley.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes. Now, at the time you were preparing the patients for discharge, do you know what happened to this 60% of patients, mental health care users, who were not dischargeable?
They were transferred to the NGOs.
When they were transferred, the MDT from Life Esidimeni, were they aware that these patients were not dischargeable?
Yes, we were aware.
And the other, together with the representatives of the Gauteng Department of Health, with whom you were, who were based in Waverley?
Yes, they were aware.
You indicated in your evidence that concerns were raised regarding these patients. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lady.
Yes, these concerns, were they raised with these representatives of the Gauteng Department of Health? I'm referring to Mrs. Sinelo and Dr. Linkwane.
They were raised even before in the strategic meeting and on the meetings that we had with the government officials. They were raised on numerous occasions.
Regarding these specific patients?
That's correct, my lady, even before the start of the transfer.
Even in the meetings?
Yes, my lady. And I also gave evidence that stats of such patients were sent to the Department of Health periodically when they requested them.
So at the time of the transfer, or at the time when they were discharged, why didn't they be sent to the hospitals? Why were they not sent to the hospitals?
The government officials, Ms. Nwele and
Yes.
they were identifying patients from the list that was provided to them. Like I said, they'll send a list of mental health users that they want, that we need to prepare for transfer.
If the way I understood your evidence, you were saying you testified that the list only gave you a number of the patients to be transferred.
My lady, I said prior, a list with the details and the patient's condition was sent to the Department of Health prior the transfer.
Yes.
So it served as a guideline for them.
Yes, but at the time when they were the transfer had begun, remember the issue is not with regard to the first batch and the second batch. This relates to the third batch where you started experiencing problems, where you started being not happy about what was happening. That is why I'm more concerned about this 60% of the patients whom you said they were not dischargeable. So the way I understood your evidence, you mentioned that at the time of when you were busy with the process of the transfer, the list that you got a night before will only give you the number of the patients to be transferred. Am I correct?
No, my lady, gave us the names of the patients to be
Or
transferred.
it gave you the names.
Yes.
So if this list had names, those names, the names of those patients were the names of the patients, those patients that were listed in on the list. Did they also include the 60% of the patients which you regarded as not dischargeable?
That's correct, my lady.
At paragraph 32 of your statement, I don't think there is any need for you to go there. You mentioned that this project, the marathon project, deviated from the transfer process we have been following for many years. All what I want to understand, this process that you have been following, Is it a process that has been regulated, or was it a matter of practice? Is it something that you got from the regulations of the Mental Health Care Act?
It was in an SLA that the business had with the Department of Health. The service level agreement.
Other than the service level agreement, was it something that is regulated either in the Act or maybe somewhere else, or was it a matter of practice?
It is the forms that were used were the forms that come from the Mental Health Care Act.
Okay, but the process itself, the process that you have been following even prior to the marathon project, this process that you describe in paragraph 32 of your statement, you can look at it if you want to, but you remember, you know about it.
Yes, I do. It will differ from.
Yes.
It's the first 32.1.
Yes.
Is regulated.
Where?
In the Mental Health Care Act, number 17 of 2002.
Do you know the provision?
I don't remember.
Okay. Yes, continue.
32.2.
Yes.
It's in the SLA.
Yes.
Between the business and the Department of Health. Number 3.
32.3.
Yes. It was our practice.
Okay.
Number 4, it was our practice. Number 5, it was our practice, and also in the Act, the Mental Health Care Act, number 5.
Is that what is referred to as discharge according to accepted clinical practices?
That's correct, my lady.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the questions that I've asked?
I have questions, my lady.
Is that okay, Mr. Who
Oh,
is?
this one.
Yes.
Madam, you referred now in response to questions from Her Ladyship to the SLA. By that, do you mean the agreement, the SLA, between the Gauteng Department of Health and Life Esidimeni that one finds at page 21694? And it runs all the way through to 21736. Thank you, Miss Marriott. We're going to help you find the place.
94.
21694.
We have the page.
Right. If you would turn, and this is directly what Her Ladyship asked you, in that document, I'm just going to highlight and then we'll cover it, to the third, beg your pardon, the fourth page, 21697. You'll see it's clause 413.
Page 216.
21697, my lady. And you see paragraph 4.1.3, non-clinical support services and transport.
Just before we go there, I think where I am, this is 21697.
697.
Yeah, but my 21697. Just see a lot of names here.
Same for the witness, my lady.
Come again?
It's the same for the witness, my lady. There's no
Yes.
paragraph 6.4.
Yes, it has got number. Just check the page properly, Mr. Woodes.
No, I've got the page numbered, my lady. The numbers seem to have changed because of documents being added. I'll
Oh,
ask my junior to find the SLA.
okay.
And
If
then we'll find-
if you can just tell us where is the SLA?
Where is that? One moment. It was previously, my lady, 21694 to 21736. It's now changed.
Okay.
So just bear with us. I apologize, my lady.
My lady, it seems to start at 21698.
21698. This is going to confuse the record. I don't know. Which document was that?
It's the SLA, my lady, between.
No, I'm just saying the document that changed all this numbering. The evidence, please, our evidence leaders, let them attend to this so that they should ensure that there is no change in the numbering of pages. Otherwise, we're going to have problems. I'll just go to this page, 21698. Okay. Thank you very much.
Right, so if you have 21698, do you have that before you?
The SLA?
Yes.
The SLA. Yes, I do.
Right, so if you'll bear with me, please. I'll come back. The paragraph that I'm referring to will now appear on page 21701, paragraph 4.1.3.
21701. Paragraph?
Well, we can start the one just before that, 4.1.2.6.
6, okay.
It says there that Life Esidimeni, the provider, 4126 shall keep a central register of empty beds, and such a register shall be made available on request. Do you have that? Is that document, that register of empty beds available?
4.1.26.
2.6, yes.
Okay. I can see it's just that they've highlighted it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's highlighted on my copy as well. And it says there that the provider, which would be Life Esidimeni, shall keep a central register of empty beds, and such a register shall be made available on request. Is that register available?
At facility level, yes.
I beg your pardon, at what level?
At facility level, yes, the social workers they will have that register.
But then it can be recorded that we would require a copy of that register that was meant to have been kept available. And then dealing with the issue, which is now more pertinent to a ladyship's questions, 4.1.3. You see non-clinical support services and transport. Underneath that 4.1.3.3, the provider, it's also highlighted, you see Life Esidimeni, so provide transport within Gauteng. And it gives all the instances there. You'll see for admission, to engage in treatment plans, leave of absence, where a patient is discharged from a facility, or any circumstances. And you've answered already. Do you remember when I questioned you that Life Esidimeni did not provide any transport?
My lady, my apologies for interrupting my learned friend. How does this cross-examination relate to the questions that your lady asked?
I'm asking myself, I was just waiting to hear where the questions are going. I've got a problem, Mr. Huades, if you can explain.
With pleasure, my lady. The witness said to your ladyship, in relation to paragraph 32.2, that the discharge was regulated. Your ladyship asked, where do you find the procedures? That in the statutory provision, you said, no, it's in the SLA.
Yes, correct.
This is the SLA, my lady. So she's referred to this document, and I'll even get to more relevant aspects, my lady. But it's quite clear that this SLA regulated the procedure that she's referring to. And in terms of this procedure, as referred to here by the witness, Life Esidimeni was meant to have provided the transport, which is pertinent to the discharge and all the issues that you've heard about. So with respect, my lady, I submit that it's absolutely relevant.
Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. Your ladyship's questions went to the issue of the patients who were not dischargeable. Your ladyship's questions did not relate to issues of transport or empty beds. And I submit that this is an attempt to introduce aspects which were not related to your ladyship's questions.
Thank you. These questions, in my view, are not related to the questions that I've asked. I specifically asked about those patients that the witness has testified that at Waverley, there were patients which were not dischargeable. So these questions, this line of questioning is therefore not allowed.
My lady, then, if I may, I just want to get the new page reference.
Okay.
It's clause 4.3, which is an annexure to this document. I'll just try, I'm going to get you the cross-reference, my lady. No. This
clause 4, you said it's clause?
I'll find it's the procedure upon discharge, my lady. I'm going to give you the page reference now.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, further down. Lady, it's page 21716.
One, six. Enter.
Okay, I can see it's 4.3.
That's it. So let me just show, Ms. Buthelezi, you testified that in relation to the procedure followed for the discharge of patients or MHCUs in relation to paragraph 32.2, you relied on the SLA, the Mental Health Act, and your procedure. Those were the three things that you relied upon. Is that correct?
It's correct, yes.
Right. So if you relied upon the SLA as you testified, did you follow the procedure set out in this annexure in paragraph 4.3, which relates to procedure upon discharge? In relation to the patients that were discharged under the Marathon Project and the MHCUs that you believed were not dischargeable.
the discharge, and in the periodical report, right?
Yes.
4.31.1, this formed part of the report that was given. 4.3.12, the community resources. That is why we completed even the community referral form. The sources of assistance in crisis. Yes, it was provided because we said if it happens that the patient changes condition whilst maybe at home, the patient needs to be referred to the clinic to the nearest clinic and subsequently to the acute hospitals.
Yes.
So you refer to a report, madam. If this procedure was followed, then I put it to you, those reports would be available for the patients, even the patients that Her Ladyship referred you to, and that is the patients that you are of the view were not dischargeable. Do you agree with me?
During the project, there was a deviation, but during this process, families were the referral, like for example, if we're sending an individual to an NGO, that will be recorded in the patient's file.
And you referred to a report, and you'll see a 431 says, the patient and involved family members or other caregivers or support persons must be provided with relevant information in writing, wherever possible, including in particular, and then the details are set out. So you referred to these reports. And my question to you is, if there was, or my statement to you, and it's a question on the cross-examination, is if there was compliance with this SLA, those reports would be available. Do you agree with me?
With the previous discharges, not with these discharges.
Why not for these discharges?
Like I said, the period was too short for us to do a full preparation.
So did you ever turn around and say to the Department of Health, you've given us insufficient time to comply, these reports will not be compiled? Put differently, the clause 4.3 will not, the procedure envisaged in clause 4.3 will not be implemented.
Challenges were raised, but I'm not sure if this one was also raised.
I put it to you, it was never raised. There's no document that says we're not proceeding because we cannot comply with the procedure that we are bound contractually to comply with. Do you have any comment?
I'll repeat what I've said.
You can repeat.
There were a lot of challenges. There were a lot of challenges which were raised because we didn't have sufficient time to prepare the mental health care user for discharge.
And you'll see, and I don't want to take too much advantage of this line of questioning, that on page 21734, because it was previously 21730, I'm just adding on 4 because that seems to be the pattern. You will see that there's a heading there, preparation for discharge. And your response should be the same in relation to that. 21734, paragraph 14, preparation for discharge. I take it your response would be the same in relation to that.
Which paragraph now?
14, my lady.
Yes,
preparation
okay.
for discharge.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yes. Do you agree with me, madam? The same response.
I found
Let
it.
her read. Let her give her the opportunity to read the paragraph first. I think this is paragraph 14.
Yes, my lady.
Let her read first.
Mm.
Yes.
Okay,
With
so
the
you agree.
same response.
And then
Was
if you
no
return, madam, to 21736, you'll see it's Appendix 4E patient records. Do you have the page? 21736.
My lady, with respect, I submit that this goes way beyond the issues raised by your ladyship.
Just a second, let me look at this. Here, where are you referring us to, Mr.?
Page 21736, my lady,
Yes,
Appendix
I'm on the
4E.
page. I want to know where are you
Yes, my
referring
lady. Patient records. It's the obligation to keep a file for each patient. And then paragraph 1 reads, there shall be a file for each patient. The file shall document the patient's demographic details, health status, full mental status, any change in status, medication, behavior in response to treatment, any procedures and actions by any staff, transfers to provincial facilities and discharge arrangements should also be recorded. And then more significantly, my lady, the last point that I wanted to raise was paragraph 2 hereof, which says if a patient is transferred to a provincial psychiatric hospital or service, his or her record shall be transferred with him or her to facilitate continuity of care. That was the last question that I had, my lady, is to put to the witness that it's the matter of record that this never occurred.
My lady, I persist.
Yes,
I persist with the object. This has got nothing to do with the issues by your ladyship.
Come again?
This has got nothing to do with the issues raised by your ladyship in questioning the witness.
Your reply, Mr. Guedes?
My lady, I said falls under the procedure followed for the discharge of the patients.
Yes, but
yes, my lady, I wasn't done. And
okay,
when your ladyship asked in the beginning of your questions about the transfers, it falls within them. Your ladyship had asked, in your statement, you say 60% of the patients were not discharged at the time when you prepared the MHCs for discharge. What happened to these people? Then you asked when they were transferred, were the MDT from Life Esidimeni aware of this? She said yes. Then you asked, and the Gauteng Department of Health representatives, yes. And then you said you indicated concerns were raised, and then it was raised by Gauteng Department of Health. And then you said even in the meeting, she says yes. And I testified that, and the statistics were sent to the Gauteng Department of Health when they requested them. So it would fall under what this witness contended was the exchange of information pertaining to these transfers, my lady.
Yes, but how relevant is it to the questions that I've asked? Because like now, if I look at this particular this particular paragraph where you have just referred the witness, the issues about there shall be a file, patient records. The file shall document the patient demographic details, health status, etc. Yes, transfers to provincial facilities and discharge arrangements shall also be recorded. How does this relate to those particular questions?
My lady, it was only in relation to the witness said that the statistics were available upon request. If
yes,
a file went with, then there'd be no need for statistics to be requested.
Okay, the way I understood the witness evidence, she testified in answer to my questions. She testified that prior to the transfers, they sent the statistics to the department where they indicated the names and the conditions of the patients they had at their facility. Remember, we're only talking about Waverley. These statistics were sent prior. That was in answer to the question which I posed to the witness to say, where the members of the Gauteng Department of Health, in particular the two that were placed there, aware of the conditions of this particular patient's mental health care users who she regarded as not being dischargeable. So I don't, in my view, this doesn't relate to the questions that I've asked.
My lady, if I can just say, she said even before the start of the transfer, this happened. Then she said even in the meetings, which was during the transfer, so it was prior and during. That's why I believe with respect that the question is relevant, my lady.
My ruling is that it is not relevant to the question.
As your ladyship pleases, then I have no questions.
Yes. Any more questions, Mr. Woodis?
No, my lady.
Thank you. I saw Mr. Van Berg. Oh, are there any other questions from the questions that I've asked?
Milady, it appears the witness wanted to say something. I do have 2 questions, 2 or 3, but perhaps she should first speak.
Okay, but let us hear the witness. Do you want to say something, Ms. Delezi?
Yes,
if I may interrupt, my apologies, my lady.
Yes.
I don't know what the witness wishes to say. If it relates to the issue raised by Mr. Hodes with regard to Appendix 4E, patient records, your ladyship has already made a ruling thereon,
yes.
and nothing further needs to be said about it. As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Ms. Utelezi, did that relate to what was asked by Mr. Woodis?
No, I just want to correct what I said, that the dischargeables were sent to NGOs. Some were also sent to Vescopis. Those who were prone to relapse now and then.
The 60%?
That's correct, my lady. Yes.
Some of them were sent to Vescopis.
That's correct.
My lady, with respect, in the light of that answer, the questions then become pertinent, because what I referred to was what happens to a transfer to a provincial hospital. Now that the witness has corrected her statement, she's obliged with respect to answer the question.
Come again?
My lady, what I asked the witness related to provincial hospitals, and and Mr. van Bergen objected, and your ladyship upheld the objection on the basis that it had nothing to do with transfers to NGOs. The witness has now corrected herself and made it absolutely pertinent with respect, my lady.
Okay, Mr. van Bergen.
My lady, I submit that the same principle still applies. The question of whether the patient was discharged to an NGO or to a provincial hospital does not bring into play what records were involved or what should have been sent. That does not emanate from your ladyship's questions to the witness.
Mr. Woodis?
My lady, with respect, it does apply, because now she's corrected herself to say that some patients were sent to provincial hospitals in the transfer process, so then those files, as per the SLA, ought to have followed with those patients, and we know that they didn't, and Mr. van Bergen is protecting life Esidimeni, that she's obliged to answer it. It speaks for itself, my lady. The record will reflect that they've said the files were not sent. SLA requires them to be transferred, particularly to provincial hospitals, and the witness has just told you that patients did go in this transfer process to provincial hospitals, and she identified one, Vescopis.
I have made my ruling, and the ruling will still stand. Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
As your ladyship pleases.
Can I continue? Who's next, Ms. Ramaimena? I just want to make a note. Just a second here. I just want to.
Please.
Just a second. I just want to make a note here. Continue, Ms. Ramaimela.
As the court pleases, my lady. Good morning, Ms. Buthelezi.
Good morning.
In the questions that Her Ladyship asked you, one of them was, were these concerns raised with Dr. Linkwani and Mrs. Sinelo? And to paraphrase your answer, you said something along these lines. They were raised even before the start of transfer, even in the strategic meeting. And then you went further, you said the statistics of patients were sent to the department periodically when they requested them. Now, my question is that, do you perhaps know the name of the official at the department to whom this statistic was sent to?
I don't know. We were sending to our head office.
Thank you. Then the next question is, the court had asked about the list that was sent the night before that led to the change of numbers, I think it was. The court asked along the following lines, whether the list you got the night before gave the number to be transferred. Your answer was along these lines. It also gave the names. Then the court asked, those names on the list, did they also include patients who were not dischargeable? Then your answer was correct. My question to you is, do you perhaps remember the name of the official from the department who sent this email the night before?
It's Dr. Sophie Linkwani at times.
No, I'm not speaking generally. I'm speaking about this particular incident of the 12th of May, where you received an email the night before on the 11th.
My lady, if I may just interject, my apologies to my learned friend, Ms. Ramaimela. I understood your ladyship's question to have been a general question about the lists that were sent with regard to patients to be discharged the next day or days ahead, that it was not with regard to a specific list, and more particularly not the list of 12 May 2016. I can't remember that that date featured in your ladyship's questions.
Miss Ramaimela?
Perhaps, my lady, I may be the one confusing the date. Your ladyship had asked that it's not in respect of the first and the second batch, but the third batch where you experienced problems. And you are concerned about the 60%. So perhaps let me rephrase. With regard to the third batch, where there were problems experienced, from whom at the department did you receive the list?
I don't remember where the list were coming from.
And if I can just confer with my colleague, my lady, just one moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
As the court pleases, my lady, thank you. No questions for Ms. Buthelezi.
Thank you very much. Any more questions?
Yes, my lady.
You are proceeding according to seniority?
No, my lady, I'm very junior. I'm not sure if there is any senior who would like to ask some questions.
Before Ms. Mboweni, are there other senior counsel who would like to have to pose questions to this witness?
My lady, I'll wait until the end.
Yes.
May it please the court, my lady, we do not have any questions further.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mboweni, you may proceed.
May it please the court, my lady. Good morning, Ms. Buthelezi.
Good morning.
You would remember that on my cross-examination, I referred you to paragraph 4 of Ms. Sanello's statement. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Can I just refer the witness again to that page, my lady, so that the witness can follow exactly the line of questioning? So can I take you to page 662? And we're going specifically to paragraph 662. And we're going to paragraph 4. And we're going to start again by the line we started last time. I'm going to read it to you, and you can also read it for yourself. It says that Dr. Gail Ura from Life Esidimeni provided us with a list indicating the number of patients, medication, profile, and functionality of the patients. The list was to be used as a guideline to indicate as to whether the patients can be transferred either to NGO, hospital, or be discharged to their families. When we then further assess the patients utilizing our own nursing experience and expertise. We were also working and guided by Life Esidimeni staff who knew the patients for years. That is why we were able to determine that some patients that were initially supposed to be transferred to NGOs were actually not fit to be sent there, but rather to hospitals due to functionality, resistant to treatment, and continuity of chronic care. Do you remember this statement?
Yes, I do.
Now, it is my client's version that none of the patients that were supposed to be transferred to a hospital was transferred to an NGO. And this decision was taken by yourselves based on the list that was provided by Dr. Ura. What do you say to that?
The list stated the patient's condition, mentally and physically. The decision to say the patient is suitable suitable for NGO. It was not our decision. We provided them with an information and the patient's condition. This was to serve as a guideline for the Department of Health as per their request.
Now, it is my client's version.
I'm not sure, just before you proceed, I'm not sure I understand this response. If you can just explain yourself properly. What are you saying, Ms. Buthelezi? I'm not sure I got your response properly.
My lady, I was saying.
You as Life Esidimeni provided this list which served as a guideline?
Yes.
Just explain that, yes.
For the transfers, it was as to serve as a guideline on the patient's condition.
Okay.
On the patient's condition, because it had the demographics of the patient, the mental state of the patient, and the physical state of the patient. So the Department of Health were to decide which patients to go to. Then they'll look from, their decision was based on that mental state and the physical state, which was on that list. Then they will send us the names for patients to be transferred. Then they will advise them, as the list arrives, will arrive at the facility. We'll advise them that, this one won't, because maybe find out they will say this one NGO. Then we'll advise them that this one it won't cope at an NGO at all, but rather they be transferred to an acute hospital like Vescopis. We're advising, but their decision was based on the list that was sent to the department prior the transfers.
Okay.
Ms. Buthelezi, it is my client's version that the decision as to where patients were supposed to be taken to, discharged to, was the decision of the Life Esidimeni staff.
I don't agree.
It is furthermore.
Just a second, Ms. Mbowen. Yes, continue.
May it please the court, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, it is my client's version, and she will come and testify, that at one occasion, there were many of the patients that Life Esidimeni wanted to transfer to NGOs, and they advised you that those patients should be discharged to Cullinan Hospital because they were not fit to be discharged to NGOs. What do you say to that?
My vision remains the same. The decision to transfer the patients to NGOs lied solely with the Department of Health utilizing the information that was sent to them prior to the discharge. It serves as the guidelines. They were the ones that were sending the names of the patients to be transferred to an NGO. During that process, it is then that will advise Mrs. Sinelo and Dr. Linkwane to say, the patients on your list, this one is not suitable to be in an NGO, but rather be transferred to an acute hospital like Vescopis.
Okay.
That is correct. That is what my client is saying, that when the patients were assessed on discharge, on the day of discharge, the Life Esidimeni staff, the multidisciplinary team that was present, would advise to say this patient is supposed to go to an NGO, and between yourselves and them, you will look at the condition of the patient, but you, based on the fact that you and your multidisciplinary team did the assessments, decided ultimately where these patients should go. But they advised you on various occasions that patients that were supposed to be discharged to NGOs were supposed to be discharged to Vescopis and Cullinan, and they were discharged to those hospitals accordingly.
Would you like to respond?
My lady, the Department of Health will send us a list of patients to be transferred to this NGO, then we'll make the preparation for that.
Yes.
For the first and the second batch, then we'll advise to say, in your list, we have put patients so-and-so. Our advice is patient so-and-so won't cope in an NGO, rather the patient be sent to an acute hospital like Vescopis, for an example. Right. Then those arrangements will be made on time. Right. Then the third batch, and going forward, the list will come, despite us maybe saying this is not suitable. The numbers were just pushed so that patients are out of Life Esidimeni.
Ms. Buthelezi, at any point in time, did you advise Ms. Sinelo that a patient should be discharged to a hospital, and she agreed that that patient should go to an NGO instead?
The first and the second batch, they were cooperative. They followed our advice. The third and going forward, it was just a rush.
Ms. Sinelo, at any point refuse your advice?
Not with the first and the second batch. On the third batch, the advice was not there because it was rush and pushing numbers.
Ms. Buthelezi, did Ms. Sinelo refuse to discharge a patient to a hospital that you had specifically advised her that was supposed to be discharged to a hospital?
On the first and the second batch, she didn't refuse. But on the third batch, there was no advice because it was rush. They were pushing numbers.
When you say there was no advice from who?
From us, we were following the list. They were following the list. Then they will say 20. Then they'll add. They'll say no. They must go. They must go. They must go, as per the list. Then the patients will go to whatever.
Is it therefore your evidence that on the third batch, you did not advise based on the current state of the patient at the time of discharge? Is that your evidence that you discharged the third batch of patients without looking at the list and without looking at the condition of the patient at the time of discharge?
The patients. I don't remember, but it was just a rush at that particular time. But I don't remember if advice was given to them.
Did you give any advice on the day of discharge as it pertains to the third batch, whether any patients should go to a hospital and they were discharged to an NGO?
I don't remember because it was a rush.
May it please the court, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Buthelezi.
Who's next? Ms. Koka, was it yourself?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, continue.
My lady, some of the questions have been answered in the questioning by my learned friend, Advocate Mboweni. I would like just to ask the witness one or two questions. Ms. Buthelezi, where is this list that you prepared that had the names of the patients? Do you have it? Is it there at Life Esidimeni?
The Department of Health has got the list. That list is the list that they were using as a guideline.
And Life Esidimeni?
They'll get that list from the system.
Okay. Who prepared the list? I understand that it was sent to your head office. You do not know from head office who sent it to the department, but who prepared the list before it was sent to your head office?
Every facility had to prepare the list and it was sent to Gail Ure. Gail Ure sent it to the Department of Health, but I don't know who. But I don't have any doubt that it was sent to the Department of Health because this list served as a guideline for them to make a decision of patients to be transferred.
You're talking about the first and the third batch. I'm not sure what you are referring to. The 12th of May 2016, where would it fall? Would it fall under first or second or rush?
I don't remember. I don't remember the date.
If the court were to request you to provide this list, would you be in a position to do so?
Our head office will be able to.
As the court pleases, my lady. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Who's next? Who is next? So all of you don't have questions, then I'll... Oh, Mr. Makani?
As the court is, my lady. Ma'am, I only have one question. Is with regard to the list.
The list, okay.
Yes. Who sent you? You mentioned that the list that was sent of number of patients to be, or mental health care users to be transferred, were to be, there were names attached. Who sent the list to you?
My lady, my apologies, my lady.
The question has been, just before you, I think this question has been asked and the witness has responded.
As your ladyship pleases.
As the court, please.
Do you have another question?
Yes. When was the first batch and when was the second batch?
You are muted.
Oh, sorry, my lady. When was the first batch in terms of the months, and when was the second batch in terms of the months?
Do you know? Do you recall?
I don't remember, my lady. I don't remember.
Continue.
If I know that it has been answered, I just want another angle on the question. The list that was sent to you, it was prepared by Life Esidimeni, or would it be correct to say the list was not from the Department of Health? The list containing
which list are we talking about here? You must be clear here.
The list
there is a list. There from her evidence, there is a list that was sent to the department prior to the transfers, which gave the names of patients and their conditions. And the purpose of that list was just as a guideline to guide them as to which patients could be transferred and where. Am I correct, Ms. Buthelezi?
That's correct, my lady.
Yes. And now there is also a list that was provided to them, to the MDT of Life Esidimeni at the time of the transfers. Am I correct? That list will come either a day before so that they could now make preparations. So you must specify when you talk about, there is a guide, the one that came from Life Esidimeni that was sent to the department, and there is one that was from the department to Life Esidimeni. Did I capture it the right way, Ms. Buthelezi?
That's correct, my lady.
Yes, Mr.
The latter one, the one with the one that is sent the day before.
Yes, for the preparations that will come from the department.
From whom specifically?
I've responded. I said I don't remember.
You are repeating almost all the questions that were asked.
Okay, no problem, lady. As the court, please.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who still have questions from the questions asked by the court? Can I give an opportunity to Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, you were asked by her ladyship about the patients who were considered not dischargeable.
Yes.
Does the fact that a patient is considered not dischargeable mean that that patient must be in a hospital? Can I perhaps rephrase the question? A patient who is considered not dischargeable, you explained amongst other times yesterday, what you mean with such a patient. Can you perhaps just repeat that?
Patients who are not dischargeable are patients who are chronically mentally. The chances of them recovering is very, very slim. Some of them are prone to relapse now and then, meaning that they'll become aggressive. So they're just not dischargeable to be either in the community or in an NGO. Those were the patients that were transferred to were supposed to be transferred to Vescopies.
Thank you. In what
Continue.
What surroundings or circumstances were required for such patients?
They required a structured environment.
So would a facility that had a structured environment be a suitable facility for them?
That's correct.
Continue.
You testified that, and this was with reference to questions asked by my learned friend, Mr. Hoders. He referred you to clause 4.3 of the service level agreement, which relates to procedure upon discharge. And in your reply, you said to him, during this project, there was a deviation from the process as described in the service level agreement. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Who caused the process to differ from that prescribed in the service level agreement?
It was the Department of Health.
Were the departmental officials, and I'm referring specifically to the departmental officials who were stationed at Waverley, that would be Dr. Lenkwane, Mrs. Sanello, and there was also reference to a Dr. Ghani who had been appointed by the department. Were they aware that there was a deviation from the process?
Yes, they were.
And did they accept that deviation?
They also complained that the process is a rush.
Yes, but did they accept the deviation? They nonetheless complied with what was required.
Yes, they did accept the deviation.
Now, you had on a number of occasions testified that Life Esidimeni had requested information regarding the NGOs to which the department wished to transfer and discharge patients. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you testified that those requests had been made prior to commencement of the transfer process, the discharge process, and also during the process. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You also testified that the department had not provided information either as regards the names of the NGOs or their admission criteria.
That's correct, yes.
Now, it was put to you by my learned friend, Ms. Mboweni, that Life Esidimeni had decided to which NGO or had decided which patients had to go to NGOs. Do you remember that that was put to you?
Yes, I remember.
And you had said, no, the decision lay solely with the department. Now, my question to you is, in the absence of the names of the NGOs and the admission criteria, would Life Esidimeni had been in a position to decide to which NGO a patient had to go?
No, we're unable to decide.
Would Life Esidimeni have been in a position even to decide if an NGO was suitable?
No.
Any NGO?
Okay, I see Miss, just a second, Miss Mbweni.
May it please the court, my lady. I do apologize for interrupting my learned colleague's questioning. My lady, the question that was asked was not to which NGO the patient was supposed to go to. The question was whether a patient should go to an NGO, a hospital, or go home. That was the evidence that I led.
That is what you said, to say the Life Esidimeni would decide whether the patient should go to an NGO,
a hospital,
okay,
or home.
Or home.
Not which NGO. May it please the court,
not
madam.
which NGO. Mr. Van Berken.
Thank you, my lady. I will accept that, and then I will ask Ms. Buthelezi. You heard what Ms. Mbweni said now, that Life Esidimeni was to advise whether a patient should go to a hospital, to an NGO, or to home. My question remains, would Life Esidimeni, in the absence of knowledge of the admission criteria of the NGOs involved, be in a position to advise on whether an NGO was a suitable place to discharge to?
No.
And you have already answered that the decision to transfer to an NGO had laid solely with the department. Do you persist with that?
I agree, yes.
If your ladyship will just bear with me, I just want to go through my notes. Ms. Buthelezi, thank you, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, you were asked by Ms. Mbweni whether following the, or from and following the third batch of patients who were discharged, whether Life Esidimeni provided no advice as to whether a patient was fit to go to an NGO or elsewhere. Can you just explain to her ladyship what advice did Life Esidimeni provide during those periods?
Meaning the first batch and the second batch of transfer?
No. From the third batch onwards, okay. Perhaps you can just explain from the third batch onwards, what was the process that was followed with the discharge of the patients? We've already testified that Life Esidimeni would be provided with a list containing the names of the patients to be transferred, and that they would then be assessed and prepared. Is that correct?
With the first and the second batch, yes. With the third batch?
Yes.
Then starting from the third batch, that's where there were deviation and going forward.
And in what respect was there a deviation?
The deviation will be mental health care users files were not properly, were mental health care users, for example, what can I say? The deviation will be there will no assessment, no immediate recent assessment of the mental health care user. We relied on the previous assessment, which can be 6 months ago or 3 months. It depended when was the last mental state or physical assessment of the mental health care user was done. That's one of the deviations.
Thank you. And did Life Esidimeni, on the basis of the information contained in the most recent assessment, provide advice to the officials of the department if the Life Esidimeni officials differed from the government officials as to where a patient should go?
That was not discussed. I don't remember we discussing when there was a rush in relation to that.
My lady, if I may just take an instruction, if I may go off camera for a moment.
Yes, you can. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Thank you. This witness is therefore excused. Thank you very much, Ms. Buteleze.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Can we take the tea adjournment? I see it's 11:40. You said the witness is available, then we can start with the witness at 12 o'clock or 5 to 12, yeah.
Can we request 12 o'clock, my lady?
Come again? 12 o'clock. Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
Judge, Advocate Shabangu wants us to be excused. Maybe before we start, we can give him an opportunity.
He will address. Is it a Mr. Chabangu? He will address the court.
It's unmuted.
I've just unmuted.
Yeah.
Are we ready to start? Mr. Shabangu?
As a court, please, my lady. Can my lady hear me?
Yes, I can.
My lady, I just received news that my son, who's at home currently, because at the school there were issues of COVID.
Yes.
Now I'm told now he's struggling to breathe.
Oh.
So now I'm needed that I must take him to the doctor or to the hospital in this regard.
Okay, no problem. Is there anybody there for you are appearing with Mr. Pinar, ne?
Indeed, my lady, I'm appearing with Mr. Pinar, but we are separate. I'm appearing for witness number 26.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were you were representing one person.
No, my lady.
Okay. So you don't have anybody assisting you?
No, I don't have anybody, my lady.
Okay, no, you'll have to go and attend to your son. That's fine.
As a court, please, my lady. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. You are excused.
As a court, please.
I saw Miss Seboko. Did you want to say something, Miss Seboko? You are muted.
My lady, I'm saying I was just getting ready. I represent the next witness.
Oh, yes. Okay. Do you want to lead your witness? Are you going to lead the witness?
Mr. Late is leading the witness.
Okay. All right. Where is the witness?
He is with Mr. Late.
I think you can be off the camera.
Thank you, my lady.
You just and you must also mute, as we did with Mr. van Bergen. Irene, let the witness take the oath. Are you there, Irene?
My lady, good morning. I just got a text from Irene that she's having connectivity problems.
Okay, thank you. The full names of the witness?
Good day, my lady. My
Good
full
day,
name,
Mr. Is that Dr. Libete?
Mr. Doctor, it's okay. I'm Libete Ruben Richard Libete.
Your full names?
Libete Ruben Richard Libete.
Do you have an objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath, my lady.
You then swear that the evidence you are about to give shall be the truth, nothing else but the truth. If that is so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me, Lord.
Thank you. Mr. Late, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Libete, on the 2nd of February 2019, will you like just give me a chance so that I just can deal with the speaker?
Okay.
On On 22nd February 2019, you attested to a
Just before you do that, can you refer us to the page? I'm on the page, I'm on 527. I don't know where you are reading.
That's what it is, Maria. I saw you just now. It's yeah, 5 to 7.
Yes, you may proceed.
On the 22nd of February 2019, you made a statement before Sergeant Wabi in Johannesburg. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Yes.
Is it correct that at the top of the last page of the statement, it's your signature there?
It is correct, my lady.
Yes.
When you made the statement, you were in the capacity of Deputy Director General of Clinical Service within the Gauteng Department of Health. Is that correct?
Indeed, it is correct, my lady.
I'm going to go ahead and read out the statement to you. And at the end thereof, I will ask you whether you confirm or contest the statement, or whether there is anything that is in the statement that's not supposed to be there, or if you want to add something that has been left out of the statement. Do you understand this?
I do understand.
The statement reads as follows. I, the undersigned, Lebete Ruben Richard Lebete, do hereby state under oath in English that. Then in paragraph 1, you set out your personal information.
Let me just interject here, Mr. Late. I just want to find out, can you hear him properly, or is it me who's got a problem?
I can hear it. If it can be slow.
Okay, but I just want to find out if Mr. Seboko, can you hear Mr. Late properly? You are muted.
My lady, I wanted to say Mr. Late's connectivity sounds very staggered. It's not very clear. And further than that, I wanted to say we prepared a list, a document with all the list of the statements in which of the other witnesses in which Dr. Libete has been mentioned for the benefit, for the convenience of your ladyship and the colleagues.
Okay.
If Mr. Late can just post it on case lines. It was given to him last week.
Okay. I haven't heard whether the others can hear him, but obviously it's not myself who's only having the problem.
My lady, is it me who you cannot hear, or is it the witness that cannot be heard?
Just continue, let's hear.
Okay. Paragraph 2 of your statement reads as follows. The facts deposed...
I think you are better now. Yes, proceed.
Otherwise, unless otherwise stated, within my personal knowledge and belief, and are true and correct.
It is true, my lady.
I'm a medical doctor by profession and currently the DDG, Clinical Services under Gauteng Department of Health. Is that correct?
It is true, sir.
At the time of Life Esidimeni Termination Project, I was the acting DDG Clinical Services. On the 1st of May 2012, I became the acting CEO of Forensic Pathology Services, FPS Gauteng. I was appointed the CEO of FPS in April 2014. I was requested to be the acting DDG Clinical Services from September 2014 and continued being responsible for FPS. I was later appointed as DDG Clinical Services in March 2016. Post my appointment as DDG Clinical Services, that's when the falling of the building happened in Nigeria, which I project managed from the health side together with other departments. First time I heard about the termination
I'm going to
of
stop you,
life
Mr. Late. Mr. Late, I don't know, there's something wrong with your recording. It is too, now you are too high, I don't know.
And in any event, my lady, he's echoing.
Yes, there is an echo.
Maybe I'll ask the witness to just mute his microphone while I read, and that will make a difference.
Okay.
And the speaker. As the court pleases, is this better?
I just continue. I'll stop you if we cannot hear you. I'm going to request you to go back to paragraph 30. I think, yeah.
Paragraph 3.
The beginning. Yeah. Just read the whole paragraph.
I am a medical doctor by profession and currently the DDG Clinical Services under the Gauteng Department of Health. At the time of Life Esidimeni LE termination project, I was the acting DDG Clinical Services. On the 1st of May 2012, I became the acting CEO for Forensic Pathology Services, FPS Gauteng. I was appointed the CEO of FPS in April 2014. I was requested by the acting DDG Clinical Services from September 2014 and continued being responsible for FPS. I was later appointed DDG Clinical Service in March 2016. Post my appointment as DDG Clinical Services, that's when the falling of the building happened in Nigeria, which I project managed from a health site together with other departments. The first time I heard about the termination of Life Esidimeni contract was around October 2014 when I received feedback from quarterly review meeting. It was in that meeting where apparently the matter was discussed. The quarterly meeting is attended by DDGs, chief directors and the MSc for Health. I was not part of that meeting, but got feedback that the matter was discussed and it appeared that if the plans have been going on, it appeared as if the plans had been going on for some time and the people who were tasked to do it were not making sufficient progress and plans to fast track it were discussed. The quarterly review meeting was at the time when I was dealing with the Nigerian matter, hence did not attend. Post that meeting, there was another meeting called by the former MEC, Ms. Kedane Mashlangu. That was the meeting that involved the Mental Health Care Directorate staff led by Dr. Manamela, Chief Directors and DDGs. I was part of that meeting. It was in that meeting where the project team was formed and Levi Mosinoge was nominated to be the project leader. Mr. Mosinoge suggested that I should be part of the project team as DDG Clinical Services. It was agreed that I should be an ex officio member of the committee because there was an understanding that due to my responsibilities in that department, I could not be full-time on the project. From there, the meetings that I attended were not project meetings, but rather report back meetings. Given my responsibilities, I would arrive late at meetings or start a meeting but leave before it ends. As a result of that, I would miss the flow of happenings of the project. There was a meeting around December 2015 in Randfontein that I attended and was chaired by Mr. Mosinoge. Dr. Selebano, the former HOD, was also in attendance. The meeting was about announcing to family members of mental health care users of the move to discharge MHCUs from Life Esidimeni to NGOs. The family members were unhappy that the matter was not discussed with them. They were reassured that the intention was to make it good and in the best interest of the mental health care users. The other meeting I attended was in Germiston for the same purpose and was chaired by the former MSc, Ms. Kadani Mashlangu. In that meeting, the family members were in attendance and were not happy, but were, however, promised that MHCUs will be taken care of. There were other meetings where the project team members were reporting about the availability of beds at NGOs. At first, there were no sufficient beds and there were projects that were being undertaken, for instance, the preparation of a place at Kalafong Hospital to make it ready to receive MHCUs. There was a demand from infrastructure department to get the place ready, but it was clear that it was not going to be ready in time to accommodate the MCHUs. There were other meetings whereby psychiatrists were called to discuss the way forward. In general, the attitude of the psychiatrists was that the discharge of mental health care patients from Life Esidimeni should be done systematically in a way that was originally suggested and not to be moved in big rooms at the same time. Representatives of the South African Depression and Anxiety Group, SADAG, used to be invited in some of our meetings. Dr. Selebano wanted to be part of the committee of the project team, but they pronounced themselves that they did not want to be part thereof, but rather work with the committee from outside. At some stage, there was an agreement that MHCUs should not be moved until SADAG had seen this project plan and was satisfied that the move will be of benefit to the MHCUs. Subsequent to that, there were MHCUs who would move to Takalani in Diepkloof, Soweto. After that move, SADAG, together with the South African Society of Psychiatrists, SASOP, and the Association of Concerned Families of Life Esidimeni, brought a court application against Gauteng Department of Health to stop the move. The attorney representing Gauteng Department of Health called me to his office while preparing and answering the affidavit in relation to the opposition of the court application. At that time, Dr. Selebano was not around and had to sign the affidavit prepared by the attorney in my capacity as the acting HOD. I was not interviewed word for word in preparation of the affidavit. The information in that affidavit came from the Director Mental Health Directorate. It is my understanding that the court ruled in favor of the department and the project should proceed. I was not involved in moving of mental health care patients from Life Esidimeni. My involvement only came when the deaths were reported. The information came through the office of the former MEC. At first, I heard that there were about 8 deaths, and on that day the number increased, but I'm not sure to which number. The first report of deaths came from Precious Angels home in the Tshwane district. At a later stage, I visited Precious Angels NGO in Atteridgeville together with the former MEC, Ms. Kadani Mashlango. There were 2 houses situated in a mountainous area. There was not enough space for MHCUs to move around. The MHCUs were in bedrooms and some in the dining room. The place was inappropriate and not suitable to house the patients. It was decided that the MHCUs be moved to a more appropriate place. The former MEC proposed that a more appropriate place be found for the NGO to move. We also visited another house belonging to the same NGO in Danville. There we found a number of MHCUs who looked generally happy, and the facility looked nice but not suitable for MHCUs. The MHCUs that were at Precious Angels were moved by Dr. Silabane to the Kalafong Hospital and some at Sterkfontein. The other NGO that I visited was Takalani in Diepkloof before the MHCUs were received. The reason for my visit was because it had been said that it was inappropriate to receive MHCUs. At Takalani, I found a ward, and the ward and the premises were fenced. The place was clean, had beds, and had a place where they put medication, and it could be locked. There were wardrobes with clothing and blankets, and they had nurses and care workers. The facility was appropriate and suitable to receive MHCUs. I also visited Ribafeni during December 2016, accompanied by Chief Director Nurse Mrs. Moore, Chief Director HR Mrs. Mary Grace Msimang, and Dr. Nkwabe. I had received a message that Ribafeni was planning to close the place, and it was around the 23rd or 24th of December 2016. We arranged to meet with people who ran the facility. When we arrived there, we met a gentleman called Titetsu in the capacity of manager. We wanted to know why they were planning to close. Titetsu gave us background of Ribafeni as having 3 facilities in the Tshwane district. There was a facility in Amanda Sig, the second one situated near the highway towards Rustenburg, and the third one around the Hennops on the R511. The house at Amanda Sig was apparently run by a different person. During December 2016, I became aware of the fact that the Ribafeni group of NGOs consisting of House 1, House 2, notified the GDOH of the intention to pull out of the project. The Amanda Sig, Ribafeni House number 3, was not consulted in this regard. The aforementioned notification regarding pulling out concerned me. It would be difficult to find an alternative place for the MHCUs because we were entering the festive season. Titetsu informed me that Ribafeni's main complaint related to not receiving payment from the Gauteng Department of Health. I literally begged Titetsu to continue operating until the contract term had run its course, being an additional 2 or 3 months. Titetsu was, however, not a member of the Ribafeni Board of Directors, and he could therefore not commit to my request to continue operating. We later met 2 board members who wanted to negotiate the rates. We visited the Ribafeni facility, which is near Hennops River, and we found that it was in a bad state. The security personnel at the gate was preventing us from entering the premise. We pleaded with them, and they allowed us. The first thing I saw was that there was no food. There was also no soap for the MHCUs. The place was, however, big enough to accommodate all the users. There were about 2 or 3 care workers. The first response from our side was to organize food from the department cook freezer for the users. We further visited the facility that was near the highway and found the same conditions, except
My
that we
lady?
found more.
Yes.
If I may just interject and apologize to interrupt my learned friend. I thought I just needed to bring to your attention that the person who was running Rebafeni is unrepresented, but he is.
Yes, I'm well aware. I just want him to finish with the statement.
Yes, I'm not sure if he's present today. I've not seen him at roll call.
Oh, I was not told.
I'm not sure. Sorry?
He was at roll call.
As the court pleases.
Okay. Can you just finish with the statement? Continue.
Court pleases, my lady. During our visit at Rebafeni 3, situated in Amandasig, we encountered a completely different environment. The facility, sorry, I skipped a line as a result of the interruption. We found the conditions, except that we found more care workers at that facility. We also organized food from the department as we did with the previous one. The next day I had other commitments and my colleagues organized to buy soap and other needs from their pockets and distributed them amongst Rebafeni 1 and 2 houses. During our visit at Rebafeni 3, situated in Amandasig, we encountered a completely different environment. This facility was homely and the MHCUs were well cared for. There was no shortage of food or other necessities. However, we determined that all of the Rebafeni facilities operated under one license. My understanding of the situation was that Rebafeni 1 and 2 operated as one group managed by the Tetsu, and that the said group contracted Rebafeni 3 to accommodate MHCUs. During our discussions with the managers of Rebafeni 3, the married couple, they informed us that they had not received payment for their services, despite the fact that the DGOH had effected payment in the name of Rebafeni. Rebafeni 3 therefore literally operated on the manager's personal savings account. The visit at Rebafeni 3 was very emotional, as the managers informed us that payments to Rebafeni do not reach them directly, but rather that the decision was as to whether they receive funds rested solely with the aforementioned Rebafeni group. Shortly after Christmas Day, I learned that one of the Rebafeni group's premises was a leasehold property, and there was an ongoing dispute between the property owner and the Rebafeni group. In light of my previous interaction with the Rebafeni group, all the circumstances and the facilities coupled
Just read you're not reading what is written there.
In light of my previous interaction with the Rebafeni group and the circumstances at the facilities, coupled with the aforementioned dispute, I decided that it was necessary to take action and remove the MHCU from Rebafeni group. Given that we were aware that renovations took place at the Lenasia South Hospital, we contacted the Johannesburg District Office and negotiated with the district to take care of the Rebafeni Group's MHCUs. The number of MHCUs was, however, in excess of what the hospital could accommodate. The remainder of the MHCUs was transferred to the Pretoria West Hospital, Rebafeni 3, and facilities in Ekurhuleni, West Rand and Johannesburg districts in order to be nearer to their place of origin. There were occasions that required my direct involvement and interaction with the families of deceased MHCUs in order for me to explain the necessity for post-mortems and to obtain relevant families' approval for the release of the deceased MHCU's remains. These interactions with the families were very difficult, given the families' anger towards the DDH. Circumstances which led to the death of their next of kin and the infringement of their cultural, culture as pertains to burial rituals. I was, however, unable to explain the importance of the post-mortems and obtain approval to proceed with such, albeit not without agreeing to the family's request as pertained to the amount of time that allowed for the finalization of the post-mortems. And then it was signed and sworn to. Is that correct, Dr. Lebete? Can you just put on the microphone?
That is correct, my lady.
My lady, I wish to hand in this statement as Exhibit E. Switch off your mic.
Thank you. Do you have questions to this witness?
I have, my lady.
Oh, okay. Okay, just before I allow anyone to cross-examine the witness, as you are reading the statement, I hear there is a lot about Rebafeni. And there is a name, Tisetso Malebe. Is it Tisetso Malebe? I see the name Tisetso, and as far as my memory serves me, there was a name Tisetso Malebe. Is he present? Is he the owner of, was he the owner of Rebafeni?
My lady, I don't know where my learned friend is to provide the answers. I think the witness is trying to direct him to you.
Yes, I'm present, my lady.
Yes.
Mr. Okay.
I just want to see him because I haven't. I hear you are responding. Where you are, can you be in a position to show your face?
I've tried to switch on the camera. I don't know if you can see me. Maybe it's a light in the background.
Yes, I can't see you.
We're just closing the curtains. Can you see me now, ma'am?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, this name, does it refer to your name? Because the surname is not mentioned. Are you were you the owner of this NGO, Rebafeni?
Ma'am, I was the manager.
You were the manager.
Yes.
Who was
Yes.
the owner?
There's no owners because it constitutes of a whole board.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
There was a board of people.
There was a board of people, ma'am.
Okay, who were those people?
They were because the board changed from time to time. I'll have to get a list at that time during the duration and submit it.
All right, but so far you are the one representing the NGO.
Yes, so far I'm the one that has been subpoenaed to represent the NGO.
Yes, the rights to legal representation were explained to you, firstly in the notice that was sent before you got the subpoena to attend to be part of the inquest.
That's correct, ma'am.
And the evidence leader also explained the rights to you, and you chose not to be represented. Am I correct?
That's correct, ma'am. And I chose not to cross-examine anybody. That's correct.
No, before you do that, because now I wanted to ask you, I know that you have been part of these proceedings.
Yes, ma'am.
And as we were talking about legal representation, you were also there throughout the proceedings when the others elected to seek the services of, to seek legal representation.
That's correct, ma'am.
Yes. At this stage, I just wanted to explain to you that this witness will be testifying. So far, his statement has been read into the record, and I think that is the crux of his evidence.
Okay.
Yes, I wanted you to listen attentively
Okay.
as they were reading the statement, but I take it that you also had sight of this statement.
Yes, I did. I was listening carefully, ma'am.
Yes, just listen. If you have got questions, if you want to question the witness, you may do so. The others will start first. And then if there is anything that you don't agree with in the statement,
Okay.
you can put that version to this witness
Okay.
so that the court can be aware of what your version will be at the time you will be testifying.
Okay. I think I'm going to wait until the time I testify, because like already, there are certain things that are not true in what was said in that statement.
Okay,
So
but what I'm going to just listen to the court. If that is the case, you will just listen attentively as he clarifies his statements when the other legal representatives will be cross-examining him.
Okay, ma'am.
And then at that stage, the court should also be on the alert to say, this will be your evidence if you don't agree with his evidence. And then that same, the things that will be put to him, trying to challenge his evidence, at the end, when you testify, you will testify and refer to that evidence.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Do you understand?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Late, are you done? You can just put off the camera. Thank you.
I support, please, there's another statement that I want to refer the court to and that I want to read into the record. It's a statement of that the witness made in on page 5153 of the.
Is it another statement now?
That's correct. That's a statement that he made in one of the specific dockets, docket number 58. It's on page 5153 of case lines.
Docket number 58, page 513.
5153 on case lines.
5153. Yes, continue.
This is my lady. Dr. Lebete, do you confirm that you also made a statement regarding the death of Sizwe Schlatzweiler?
I do confirm, my lady.
Is it correct that the statement was signed by you and the signature appears on the last page thereof?
Yes, my lady. The statement was signed by myself and it's written in my handwriting.
I'm going to proceed and read out the statement. I'm going to start at paragraph 2 thereof. Sizwe Schlatzweiler was one of the users who was transferred to Cullinan from Esidimeni during the closure of the institution.
My lady, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Late. Could you please, my lady, I'm sorry to interrupt my colleague, but could Mr. Late please clarify the date of the statement?
To be having a problem, yeah. Miss,
My lady, the statement is on record and the date is there on. It's on the 8th
Ms.
of
Hassan?
January 2018.
If you can just wait, just wait. We haven't. I didn't hear what Miss Hasim wanted to say. Miss Hasim?
My lady, can you hear me?
Yes, just try because I can't see you now.
I was just requesting clarity regarding the date. I know that the statement is in the record, but
I think something is wrong with you.
My lady,
Can you? I don't know whether you should exit the
I will
meeting and rejoin. I don't know.
exit and rejoin.
Please do so. Okay.
Lady, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, although I don't. Yeah.
My lady, it was just a clarification regarding the date of the statement. I know that the statement is on the record, but I can't read whether it's 8th of April or 8th of January, the date. So which is why
Is it the second statement?
The second statement, yes.
The second statement. Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know what the position of my colleagues are, but you are quite jumpy at this stage, and your sound is also jumpy, going and coming and going and coming. I'm not sure whether I'm the only one who experienced that.
Is that myself?
That's correct,
Mr.
my
Late,
lady.
are you referring to me?
That's
Even
correct,
myself,
my
you can't hear me properly.
Sometimes you come and go.
Yes, but I'm experiencing the same with you. I don't know where the colleagues are. Your colleagues are they? Do they find it difficult to hear me?
My lady, from Advocate Makani, yes, we're finding it difficult to hear you, my lady.
But what is wrong? But Mr. Late, is he audible enough?
I could hear Late properly, my lady.
Can you hear me properly now?
I can hear you properly now, my lady.
My lady, if I may.
Yes.
It appears as if you have a network problem, my lady. It is
Myself?
the court. Yes, yes, my lady.
Okay. Let me try to exit and rejoin.
We cannot hear you, my lady.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You're on.
I can hear the court.
Okay, let me try. Mr. Late, you had Miss Kasim. She wanted to know you to clarify the date of the statement.
That's
The
correct, my
second
lady.
statement. Yes.
It's the 8th of January 2018 at 14 hours.
Okay, so it was the time it was commissioned and also
14
signed.
hours. Yes.
Okay. All right, you may continue.
My lady, there's still a problem with your ladyship's sound. You are still breaking up, and also the video. It looks like one of these very, very.
Am I
old
still having a problem?
Yes, my lady. You freeze all the time, and then you start again, and you freeze and you start again. Maybe if we take lunchtime now,
okay,
for your ladyship to get
What
somebody
is
to
the
sort
time?
out the
Okay.
problem. It's 10 to 1, my lady.
Yes, okay. All right. The witness has not yet started giving evidence, but he has already been warned. He has already taken the oath. The court will take a lunch adjournment now, and then we'll resume at, this is now 10 to 1, 11 minutes before 1 o'clock. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
Court pleases.
Are we ready to start?
May it please the court, my lady.
Where is the witness?
My lady, if you may just allow me to try and call, or the witness is here, to call Mr. Late.
I'm here, my lady.
Okay.
I'm almost sure your ladyship said 2 o'clock, but I might be mistaken.
Yes, it was 2 o'clock, my lady.
Did I say 2 o'clock?
Indeed.
Yes, my lady.
Oh, so the others are not yet here. I thought I said 10 to because I remember it was 12 minutes to before we.
That's right. But your ladyship did, in fact,
But
say
I can
2 o'clock.
see, we have got about 26 members present.
Well, this morning we were 35, my lady.
Yeah, we don't know.
Oh.
They may have stepped away from their gadgets.
Okay. Should we give them more time? Let's wait.
Thank you, my lady.
Okay.
I'm here, my lady.
Okay.
May it please the court, my lady.
Okay.
As the court pleases.
Any questions in cross-examination of the witness?
No, my lady, we are still busy with the second statement.
Oh yes, yes. My
I
apologies.
also have further questions.
You were about, in fact, you had started reading, you were about to read the second statement. Let me go to that page. Okay.
Yes, I'm on paragraph 2, my lady. I read for you. Sizwe Hlaswayo was one of the users who was transferred to Cullinan from Life Esidimeni during the closure of the institution. He was admitted at Anchor NGO in Cullinan. After learning of the passing of the patients transferred from Life Esidimeni, I requested that these be reported to the police and that case dockets be opened so that these bodies can be transferred to forensic pathology services for autopsies. Sizwe Hlaswayo was amongst those patients that passed away. On 6 October 2016, the family learned of his passing and collected the body with a private undertaker for burial on Friday. On the same date, I requested the social worker and the director of mental health to accompany me in visiting the family with the intention of requesting and persuading the family to allow for a post-mortem to be conducted on the deceased body. On that Thursday, I drove to the house 859 Malandlela Street, Takane, Brakpan, to accompanied by Radisha, who I collected at Carnival City and later joined by the Director of Mental Health. I then introduced us to the family and explained the purpose of our visit, which included the seriousness of the legality of the post-mortem process and the request for permission to do it, the need and in the importance of an autopsy in explaining the circumstances of Sizwe's death, the fear that, what is that, Lord? If it is not done and Sizwe got buried, there may be a need to exhume with the risk of losing some needed information and evidence that is important and necessary. The family was very unhappy and questioned what it was, that it was only now that the department felt it was important to do the autopsy when they had the body for so long without doing it after a long
without doing it full stop. Can you start the next sentence?
I now see this will stop, my lady. After a long explanation, the family agreed on condition that the body will be returned on the same day for burial the following day. They insisted that the body must sleep home for cultural reasons and that one member of the family must accompany the body to the autopsy. I then arranged with Pretoria Forensic Pathology Services to come and collect the body at the funeral undertaker for an autopsy in Pretoria FPS. I then requested the social worker Radisha and the director of mental health, Dr. Manamela, to stay behind to ensure the handing over of the body to the FPS. I then went to Pretoria Forensic Pathology Service and to ensure that when the body arrives, there will be a pathologist to instantly conduct the postmortem. On my departure, the family members were appreciative of our visit. The forensic officers later informed me that the deceased was collected, the autopsy conducted, and the body returned to the family along with the family member for accompanying the body. I never saw the body of the deceased from the private mortuary to the forensic pathology. That is all about my declaration, and it was then sworn and signed on the 8th of January 2018. Do you confirm the statement, Dr. Lebete?
Yes, I do, my lady.
Dr. Lebete, if I may, my lady, can I ask, just switch off the microphone? I would just like to ask you a few questions regarding your two statements, if I may, my lady. Dr. Lebete, the project team that you referred to in your first statement, Exhibit E, was headed by Mr. Mosinogi, is that correct?
Yes, it was, madam.
And Dr. Manamela was his deputy, is that correct?
Dr. Manamela was the deputy, okay.
Dr. Manamela was part of the team. What had happened is that
Just
originally...
a second. Where is Miss Marriott to assist with the echo then? Okay. The witness can continue.
Dr. Manamela was originally part of the team. What?
Shana off. Can you still continue?
Yes. It was originally, as it said in the statement, said that I should be part of the team. And it was mentioned that I should be the deputy. But after explaining my position as a DDG clinical services and how much I'm occupied, so I didn't go into the subsequent meetings. And that's how Dr. Manamela became central.
Were you at all?
So before you proceed, is this explanation yours? Yes.
Were you at all involved in the vetting? Were you at all involved in the vetting of NGOs?
Before you proceed, Mr. Late,
yes.
I just want the witness to ask to answer the question that you ask. He shouldn't elaborate where you don't want him to elaborate, because I don't understand what you asked him was whether he was the project team referred to in Exhibit E. The project manager was Mr. Mosenogi, ne?
That's correct, my lady.
Then from there you said, and Dr. Manamela was the deputy.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes. Please
and
listen.
Then he elaborated to say he would have been, initially would have been the deputy, but because he couldn't, she was then appointed as the deputy.
Okay, but he must wait for the question, because sometimes it can be so confusing.
That's the court, please, my lady. You understand, Mr.
Just a second. Continue.
As court, please, my lady. Were you at all involved in the vetting of NGOs for the receipt of mental health care users from Life Esidimeni?
No, I wasn't. Vetting is a specialized job which is done by experienced people in that regard.
Were you at all involved in the decanting of the mental health care users from Life Esidimeni to the NGOs or the hospitals or home, whatever the case might be?
No, I wasn't involved in the decanting there.
although you were a member of this project team, did you play any active role in the planning of this whole project? And if so, which role did you play?
No, I didn't play a major active role in that. Most of the time I was unavailable. In fact, I didn't attend the project team meetings. And this is based on the position that I held, which was a forever busy position, as I explained earlier on.
How did you become involved at the time when the people started dying and there was a crisis regarding this whole incident?
What happened is that we were called by the MEC. I've explained earlier on in the statement that my position while I was at that time, I think I was just recently appointed, but I was the DPG Clinical Services, while at the same time I was the CEO of Forensic Pathology Services. And so the MEC specifically told me to take care of that part. So that is how I became involved with that as the head, as the CEO of Forensic Pathology Services.
How did it come about that you, for instance, visited Precious Angels? Why did you go there specifically?
I went to Precious Angels. I actively, in fact, went to Precious Angels. I was from the West End. I was called by the PA of the MEC to tell me that the MEC was going there. So she needed me to join her there.
Do you know why you were asked to join her and not the people that were part of the mental health care department of the Department of Health?
They were there. I found her with them there. It's just maybe probably it's because the HOD wasn't around. So she may have wanted a senior manager to be with her on that day there.
Do you know any of the people who had died at Rebafini?
No, I don't know any of the people.
I just want to ask your opinion. One of the people who died Samson Nshlapu, he's deceased number 63, my lady. The cause of death that was found during an autopsy was natural causes, should be considered right middle cerebral artery hemorrhagic infarction. Can you explain what this cause of death means?
Natural causes refers to the natural development of diseases or a disease that a patient has all along and has all along had the possibility that it could cause death. Now, if we say hemorrhagic infarction, what it means is that this person may have had a stroke. Hemorrhagic means bleeding that resulted in lack of blood around the areas in which that bleed has happened. And it's on those bases that it's referred to as a hemorrhagic death or a natural cause of death. It means the patient had a pre-existing disease, maybe in a form of hypertension also.
And this bleeding,
Just a second, cancer. Continue.
and this bleeding, according to the post-mortem report, happened in the brain, in the cerebral area. Is that correct?
You must answer that.
Yes, yes, it is.
Yes.
The cause of death of Siswe Slatswayo, according to the post-mortem, was pneumonia. Can you have any comment on that?
Yes, I've seen the cause of death has been referred to as pneumonia. You want me to comment on that one?
That's correct. That's correct. You now.
But the witness is facing, just a second, I see the witness is not facing his camera, Mr. Late. I'm going to request, yes, who's with the witness where he is?
It's Miss Maria. She helps
Yes,
him with
yes, but he must face the court because we can't see his face. He's facing I don't know whether they are communicating or what is happening.
When he speaks, he looks at me.
My lady, there's a problem of echo.
Yes, yes, I also want to go to that. I don't know whether that is from the witness side. I think so.
My lady, we are two computers in one room. I'm just not so fleeting. I'm just not so fleeting with my fingers as Miss Marriott is. I'll try and better myself to switch off the microphone and the speakers when the other person is speaking, and then the other way around. We'll try our best to sort this out.
Okay.
My lady,
Thank
I beg your pardon. Maybe can we just establish if the witness's own gadget is off?
Yes. Is your cell phone off?
Oh, that could be another, yes, thank you.
You're not on. No, she's not connected. He's not connected with his phone, my lady.
Okay. I don't know which side of you is Miss Marriott, because I see you he keeps on facing that side on the. Where's Miss Marriott?
On the door side, my lady.
Oh, okay.
And when he speaks towards me.
He must just face the court because we also want to look at him when he gives evidence.
He is that, my lady.
Okay.
That's correct. I want you to, you know about the circumstances and you asked for this deceased to be autopsied. Why did you ask so if it's clear from the autopsy report that he died of natural causes?
Can you repeat the question, please? The last part.
You asked for, or you arranged for this person to be autopsied. But the autopsy had shown natural causes, pneumonia. Why did you ask specifically for this person to be autopsied?
This mental health user, I think the NEC was called to be told about this mental health care user and the fact that he's been moved to home.
The fact that
he was moved to home, he was about to be buried.
Okay.
Now, with my knowing that for persons who have died in an institution, and at that time, I think the ombuds had started investigating this incidents. It was necessary that this patient be post-mortem prior to being buried. And it's on those bases that I pushed so hard to have him be post-mortemed.
Dr. Lebete, you testified.
Just a second. Can you, Mr. Late, please give us time to take notes.
Precious angels that
Mr.
were not
Late?
suitable for the mental health care users that were allocated to precious angels. Is that correct?
Mr.
Yes,
Late?
I did.
Can you hear me?
Are you here, my lady?
Yes. Please give us, don't be fast because we are also taking notes. I don't know about the others.
I will do so, my lady.
I didn't get this at this second question.
The question was, my lady, that he testified and his statement, paragraph 11 thereof, he alludes to precious angels, the NGO precious angels, that was not suitable for the mental health care users that was allocated to them. I just want to ask him whether he had spoken to the owner of Precious Angels regarding the circumstances in which the mental health care users were kept.
I haven't spoken to the owner, or didn't at that time, because what happened when that was assessed, those mental health care users were moved immediately thereafter to a more appropriate place.
To?
Can you tell the court about the kind of beds that were available at Precious Angels for the mental health care users?
My commenting about the area not being appropriate, the area was in a mountainous area. It's an elevated area with some having lots of steps if you need to go into the house. So it wasn't as much as the question of the type of beds that they were using. It was the type of area and the layout in terms of height and the steps for the type of patients that were there. And that's the one that is in Atteridgefield, because if you note, I commented about two of them, yeah.
Yes, you commented about the one in Danville also, yes.
Yeah, Danville.
What is the situation that you found there?
Danville was okay. It was flat, it was spacious, and it had a veranda whereby the patients would be able to stay under cover, but being outside. But the space wasn't big enough to accommodate the number of people who were there, especially the outside space.
Continue.
You only now refer to the structural problems that were part of Esidimeni, of Precious Angels' problem. Can you at all comment on the care of the patients that you had witnessed there? Was there any problem with the care of the patients regarding the amount of care workers and so forth?
Well, while I got there a little bit later, because the team had been there for some time, that included the people who work in the mental health. But from what I saw, there wasn't much bad with the actual care, whilst I didn't actually ask them about the number of people that were there, because that was assessed by the mental health practitioners.
So you cannot really comment on the level of care.
Yes, no, that one I cannot.
I want to take you to Takalani in Diepkloof. You were quite impressed with the services that Takalani offered, is that correct?
My lady, the physical structure, yes, because at the time that I went there, the patients were not in as yet.
That is a problem that I have with the sequence of your statement. It's as if the statement is not really in sequence of what happened during this whole project. When did you visit Takalani in Diepkloof?
My lady, maybe it would be appropriate if we start lining out the project so that we put things in perspective. When we think about the whole thing, it virtually started much earlier with what is referred to as the framework, the 2013-2020, with the Department of Health making...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Dr. Lebete. All that evidence is on record. I just want to know your specific involvement.
Just a second, my lady. This information which Dr. Lebete has just started giving, it can be very significant for cross-examination. And we are taking notes. Now, the evidence leader is stopping him from answering. He was in the process of answering that this process, let me start afresh. Let me give a background of what happened. He's stopping him.
I can hear all that, Mr. Sibara. I'm more concerned about there is some echo in the background.
Definitely, I've been saying that, Melody.
And the evidence leader should also be mindful of the fact that other people are taking notes, because I think he's moving fast. And while we are listening to a question and the response, and then he's already on the next question. Mr. Late, can we leave this witness to answer? Let's hear you. If the evidence is already on record, let's hear what he wants to say. You'll have to. I can understand, but because we know we already have his statement, you know what evidence you'd like him to give to this inquest. But let us leave him to, because you want him to put things in sequence. You'll just have to cut it where you are supposed to cut it. But let's leave him for now, because it's like you have already. Yes, come again.
I answer to Mr. Sibara's objection. He didn't answer my question. He went on his own to try and explain the sequence. I asked him, when did he visit Takalani? That was my question, and then he decided to change it. And Mr. Sibara must just understand, I'm the evidence leader. I have a certain manner in which I lead this evidence to get this evidence on record in an understandable manner. if he leads his witness according to what he wanted to do, I cannot stop him and say, no, you're not allowed to lead your witness like that. He can lead his witness as he wants to. Okay.
Okay. You want to respond, Mr. Sibal?
Yes, my lady. I'm not talking about leading my witness. We are taking notes here. Dr. Libete says, before I answer your question, let me give a background. And the witness is starting with the background of leading to Takalani's answer. He's giving a background. My late colleague then interposes him to say, no. That evidence is still on record. We want to hear from him, this witness, my lady, because part of his version now, which is testifying, is in line with our own client's version. So if this witness is on the floor and is telling the court what transpired, he's being stopped. And that is what the court is emphasizing, that the evidence leader, immediately when the witness finishes with the answer, he puts another question. It doesn't give us time to write. We are writing down that the project started with the strategic plan 2013-2020. The witness must be given the opportunity to explain.
Okay, it's fine. That has been noted. You can proceed, Mr. Late.
That's a court, please, my lady.
Yes.
Do you have personal knowledge?
Can the witness? Okay, you don't want him. He was in the process of responding to the question. When did he visit Takalani? And he was explaining.
Yes,
if we can just leave him there, just a little bit. Let's hear what he wanted to say.
Okay.
All right.
My lady, I visited Takalani before the patients were moved in.
Before the patients were moved to Takalani?
Yes.
There's evidence on record that the first 50 patients were moved to Takalani. Do you have any personal knowledge thereof?
No, in terms of sequence, I don't know, but there's a time when there was a complaint about patients being moved to Takalani, and when I was requested to go and check where those patients were going to be moved, that's the time that I went to visit in Takalani.
Just hold it there. Yes, continue.
I asked.
Yeah, something is wrong. What is wrong there? Miss Merritt, can you assist the witness? Oh, you are in the same room. Are you in the same room?
Yes, thank you, my lady. The witness is ready to answer.
And when I asked them to show me where these patients were going to be taken, then they showed me this place that I described in the statement.
Yes. Mr. Lane?
Except for the facilities, did you inquire about the nursing staff and the level of care and who they care for?
In fact, when I was there, I was with the director thereof, Mrs. Dorothy, who I know to be a psychiatric nurse, Dr. Dorothy. In as far as the care is concerned, the mental health people went to assess because they were the ones who were going to license it, even though it was licensed at that time, but they were the ones who were doing the assessment thereof. What I went there for was specifically to check the infrastructure, whether infrastructurally they were ready to can take up patients pending satisfaction of the mental health care people.
And if I understand you correctly, this was done by you because there was a complaint about the mental health care users being transferred to Takalani. Is that correct?
Yes. In fact, I was from Bara when I was called by the MEC to go check what the infrastructure is like in Takalani. And Takalani is just next to Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital.
Yes.
You will also testify that you were requested by the attorney on behalf of the Gauteng Department of Health to attest to an affidavit that was for the court case that was eventually won by the Department of Health. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Now,
yes.
Now, this visiting of Takalani, was that in sequence about the time that the court case, the first court case, was on the roll?
No, there was no court case at that stage. I think I went to Takalani prior to that. I'm not clear of the dates, but it wasn't related in my mind.
Can you give an estimation of when you visited Precious Angels?
We visited Precious Angels about 2, maybe 3 weeks after the report of the first deaths. We visited it about 2 or 3 weeks after the report of the death, and I know that's the case because I was given the responsibility of taking the files, the original files, to the ombuds offices, and so it happened thereafter.
Yes, continue.
Can you give us an indication what month that was?
I think it was March or April, something like that.
Taking into consideration that you had visited Rirafini in December 2016. Will that about, will you keep with the date of March, April regarding Precious Angels?
Yes, it's probable.
This will be March, April 2017 or 2016.
2016, yeah.
2016.
Yeah, and I may not be very clear about the dates there, but that visit happened long before Reba failed, because Precious Angels were one of those that were moved, the first ones to be moved after the ombudsman came into the picture.
Continue.
You refer in paragraph 9 of your statement. That's now the first statement. I will refer to it as Exhibit E1. You refer to the dissatisfaction of SADAG and SASOP and so forth regarding the movement of the mental health users. You have personal knowledge about that? How did you come to know about that, and what did the mental health care department do about these dissatisfactions?
This they did express in a meeting, and they said this to the meeting. They were openly expressing it there. But what had happened is that, as I mentioned in there, the HOD at some stage did offer them to be part of the team, but they wanted to be doing it alone while working in parallel with the department, not be part of the team, which is what the HOD had offered. That is, if I remember well.
Yes. Yes.
Do you know whether they did discuss the mental health care department did discuss the project plan with SASOP and SADAG?
You mean as a team somewhere?
That's what I mean, yes.
No, I don't know, and I wouldn't know, but there was interaction between these organizations. They work together in as far as mental health is concerned.
Continue.
The evidence of Ms. Cassandra Chambers was that the 50 mental health care users were moved to Takalani, or there was a planning to move them to Takalani without Sadag having been involved in planning for this movement. Do you know anything about that, and what is your personal knowledge, if you have any personal knowledge?
Unfortunately, I wasn't involved in the operational issues, so I don't know exactly what happened around that period and around that planning.
Continue.
I have no further questions for this witness. I hand over for further examination, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady, I'm
Mr.
ready, and
Willis?
I'm ready, and I'll be very quick with this witness.
Okay.
Thank
You may
you.
proceed.
Thank you. Doctor, I only have 3 issues of clarification on your statement. If you turn to paragraph 11, and I know that Mr. Light was trying to
Just
get a more...
before you, let me interrupt you, my apologies. Just before you start, Mr. Late, the first statement it was handed, not yet, has it been handed in, or you're going to hand it in?
That's exhibit
Yes.
E1, my
That
lady.
is exhibit E.
Exhibit E2.
Okay, so I wanted you to clear the first and the second one, because number one, it was marked exhibit E. Can we make it exhibit 1 and the second one exhibit E2? E1 and E2.
That's correct, my lady.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Huedes. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, if you'd look at E1, at paragraph 11, I know Mr. Light was having some issues with you about the date, and you said that you weren't accurate. My instructions from the MEC, Ms. Kudani, who's mentioned there, are that the visit to Precious Angels took place in September 2016. I repeat, September 2016. Do you have any comment?
No, I wouldn't deny that. It's probable.
Thank you. And then she also instructs me that when you went with her to visit Precious Angels, she was concerned about what she had seen there and asked the head of department to intervene and move the MHCUs. Would you agree with that?
Yes, the head of department which moved them on her instructions.
Thank you, Doctor. Then the final issue, Doctor, and I don't know if you can comment on it. It's in relation to paragraph 9 of E1, my lady, where you talk about SADC. My instructions are that my client, that's Miss Mkhlangu, perceived, it was her perception that SADC was working with Life Esidimeni. Do you have any comment?
Yes, that was mentioned a number of different people that looks like a possibility.
I thank you, Doctor, and thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness.
You. Who's next with regard to cross-examination? Mr. Book, do you want to say something?
Yes, I've been trying to get your attention before Mr. Hodes cross-examined. I wanted to say I do have a few aspects I want to clarify with the witness. However, I will do so after everyone else has cross-examined.
That is why I'm not concerned about you, because I take it that you will do that at the end.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, madam.
Who's next after Mr. Guades?
My lady, I rank after Mr. Watt Pringle, so I will give precedence to him.
Okay. Mr. Watt Pringle, do you have questions to this witness?
No, my lady, we have no questions. I'm sorry, I should have come on record to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebete, good afternoon. If I may introduce myself, I appear on behalf of Life Esidimeni, so that you know what position is in these proceedings. Doctor, just by way of introduction, can you just advise, you say that you're a medical practitioner. Do you have a particular speciality, or are you a general practitioner?
I am a general practitioner, my lady.
Okay.
Thank you. And did you ever practice in general practice, or were you at all times involved in state employ?
I have practice in general practice, my lady.
And for how long have you been in state employ? Since when?
I started working for the Department of Health in 2006.
2006. Thank you.
But prior to that, I had been doing sessions in hospital, in fact, firstly in clinics, and then in hospitals, specifically Bara.
Thank you. Doctor.
Just a second. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, you were appointed as an ex officio member of the project team, the committee, and I may refer you in that regard to paragraph 5 of your affidavit, that is E1. Can you recall what date that was on?
I think it was around, it was after the announcement and the intent, so it's somewhere between October and January. That's when the project team was put together.
That would be October 2015 and January 2016.
Yes.
Thank you. Perhaps, Doctor, it would bring it closer to you. In paragraph 5, you say...
This is E1.
E1, my lady, my apologies. You say that post that meeting, there was another meeting called by the former MEC, Ms. Kidani Mahlangu. That was the meeting that involved the Mental Health Directorate staff led by Dr. Manamela, Chief Directors and DDGs. I was part of that meeting. Now, if I understand what you say in this paragraph correctly, it was at that meeting that you were appointed an ex officio member. Is that correct?
Yes, I suppose that's where it is, yeah.
And you wouldn't happen to recall the date of that particular meeting?
No, I don't recall the date, my lady.
Doctor, what were your duties as the ex officio member, as you refer to it?
Yeah, maybe that it would help if I could explain. But as it was said, because I did raise objections to be appointed into that committee, because I was the last member that was nominated. But the argument, as may be explained by Mr. Musinuhi, is that being the DDG clinical services, we would like me to be able to assist them in terms of accessing the hospitals or so. So I wasn't going to have operational responsibilities based on the fact that my responsibility as a GDG clinical service was much enormous, so that I wouldn't be able to give this project sufficient time. And this I did say in that meeting.
Yes, Doctor, I appreciate that you had numerous other responsibilities, but what exactly was expected of you in terms of contribution as an ex officio member?
My contribution would be for them to access me as and when they need me, and assist where they needed some help.
Right. Doctor, if I may then refer you to case lines 2283. That is an affidavit by Dr. Morgan Mkachwa.
On 293. What page again, please, Mr. Van Bergen?
The affidavit starts on page 2283. 2283.
22 or 33?
22, my lady, 2283, 2283.
Yeah, I think the numbering here has changed. Something is not right here.
My lady, let me.
Yes?
Well, lady, I can help. The numbers have changed by 4, so it's 2287. It happened to me as well, that's why I know.
Okay, thank you.
I'm indebted to Mr. Hoders.
I'm going to request the evidence leader to check what could have changed this so that the document can be retracted. Otherwise, it's going to affect the record.
My lady, it's not me who did it, so I don't know where I'm going to start looking, but I'll see what I can do.
Just check if there is no document which has been added without your knowledge. Because yesterday we didn't have problems. And people have been warned not to upload documents without you. Yes, the affidavit starts on, thank you, Mr. Huades. This will be page 2287.
Correct, my lady. And that is purely for identification purposes. The page that I wish to refer the witness to is page 2291, paragraph 20.
Double 291.
Do you have it, Doctor?
Just getting the W2, paragraph 17, 18, 20. Yes.
Thank you. Doctor, the paragraph starts and it says in February 2015, the MEC called a meeting with Life Esidimeni and advised that the Gauteng Department of Health had budgetary constraints and that she had decided to terminate the contract by the end of March 2017 at the latest. Would I be correct that by virtue of your appointment only around October 2015, you would not have been part of this meeting? Is that correct?
It is probable that I may not have been party to it, yes.
Doctor, as you are probably aware, and please indicate if you are not aware, the issue of reducing patient numbers at Life Esidimeni facilities had an earlier origin than the implementation thereof in 2016. Is that correct?
Yes.
It started off after the 2013-2020 National Mental Health Policy Framework and Strategy was announced, and then plans were developed to try and give effect to that framework. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware that part of that process involved instructions to Life Esidimeni to reduce patient numbers by 200 patients per year, so that by 2020, the facility would in effect have been depopulated of patients?
Just before the witness response, is it 200 patients or 200 beds?
Well, my lady, I think medical people refer to 200 beds, but it would be 200 patients. It would be the occupants of the beds that would have been reduced. Perhaps Dr. Libeti can just confirm that interpretation is correct.
Okay.
Yes, I think, and this is what I was trying to explain earlier on, just that timeline. And it should be understood that at that time I wasn't involved, but it's the timeline that I was trying to set forward so that we should be thinking in that context. I don't know whether I can just lay it out as I got to know it later.
Well, Doctor, perhaps it would be useful to know what your knowledge was. So if you could explain what you knew at what point in time.
Mm.
Yes. Retrospectively, I got to know about the 2013 to 2020 framework, the national one, which resulted in the 2014 strategy for the Department of Health, which when discussed resulted in the decision to start reducing beds. I was of the opinion that it was at about 20%, I think, per annum until the closure in 2020, which later resulted in the bringing in of Health Advanced Institute study, which then things followed thereafter until the decision to terminate, and that's how I understand it.
Right, Doctor, did you play any part in that plan?
I only came into being, as I had said in the statement, I think towards the end of 2015. Prior to that, I wasn't involved.
Right, Doctor, and at that stage, the chronology shows that the decision to terminate had already been taken and conveyed to Life Esidimeni. The evidence is that the decision was conveyed in a letter, if memory serves me right, dated 27 September 2015, and it was received by Life Esidimeni on 5 October 2015.
Yes.
Of that? Sorry, I didn't get your answer, Doctor.
Come again, sir, sorry?
I asked you whether you are aware of that.
Yes, the letter of the 27th, yes.
Yes, right. Did you play any part in the decisions that led up to that letter being sent, or the decision to terminate the services of Life Esidimeni?
No, I didn't have a role in that, sir.
So would I be correct that you came into the picture really as someone without any prior involvement, almost, I don't want to say an innocent bystander, but from a neutral point of view, when you were co-opted onto the committee at some time between October 2015 and January 2016?
Yes, likely so, sir.
Right. Doctor, would you have knowledge about the discussions prior to the letter in October 2015 in which Life Esidimeni had raised concerns about the plans of the Gauteng Department of Health in reducing patient numbers and ultimately closing the facility?
I wouldn't be sure, but probably I would have heard the discussions. You may have noted in my statement, I did mention that the first time I heard of a probability like this was somewhere around towards the end of 2014 or so, when I was simultaneously the CEO of forensic pathology and an acting DDG at that stage. So there were many happenings in between that I may have been party there too, but I'm not sure. I can't specify that this is what happened when, this is what happened when.
Right. Doctor, maybe if I mention some of the specific concerns, you can comment on whether you did have knowledge thereof or received knowledge subsequently. Are you aware that Life Esidimeni was concerned that the mental health care users at Life Esidimeni were assessed by psychiatrists and government psychiatric hospitals and had been certified not fit to be discharged back to the community?
No, that one I wasn't aware of.
Not aware. Another concern that the mental health care users were looked after at Life Esidimeni by suitably qualified healthcare professionals who were experienced in providing a proper rehabilitative environment. And this involved anyone who, or any user who became sick on site could be seen by the doctors on site or be treated in the sick bay or, if necessary, referred to a hospital. Are you aware of that?
If you repeat the question, am I aware of the complaint or the concern?
Well, the concern, maybe I should have added a second part. And the concern was that NGOs would not have the same level of professional support to ensure that mental health care users were well looked after and received optimal care.
Yeah, separating the questions, the last one, it's true that NGOs wouldn't have that level of care or have the type of professionals on site. But at the same time, the earlier part that you mentioned, I would have expected that Life Esidimeni being a rehabilitation center would have those type of people who would be taking care of patients.
Thank you, Doctor. Another concern was that some of the family conditions were not suitable for mental health care users on the one hand, or the family could not or would not accept a mental health care user in the home environment. Are you aware of complaints or concerns of that nature?
I'm not aware of them, but I would understand. I mean, it's logical that with such a big number of people that are involved, there would be families that would not be able to take their loved ones back.
Now, Doctor, if I may refer you to, and I'll just get the changed page number, paragraph 33, which is on page 2294.
I found it.
Right, Doctor, you will see paragraph 33, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
That's at the bottom of the page.
Yes, I got it.
It reads, on 5 October 2015, that is the day on which the letter of termination was received, Life Esidimeni requested an urgent meeting with Dr. Manamela, the Director of Mental Health. I'll proceed on the next page. Paragraph 34. On 8 October 2015, a meeting was held with Dr. Manamela and her team. Dr. Manamela advised that she could not change or influence the decision taken by the MEC as she was not involved in the decision-making process. She advised that the Gauteng Department of Health was forming a termination project team to be announced soon. And then there were certain discussions about the number of patients, and the paragraph ends by saying Dr. Manamela referred Life Esidimeni to arrange a meeting with Dr. Lebete, Deputy Director General, who was acting head of department. Do you see that, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
Doctor, did you have meetings with Life Esidimeni?
No, we didn't have this meeting, which as an acting HOD. I may have been the acting HOD at that stage, but this meeting was never organized.
Was it because you were acting at that stage and it just didn't come to pass, the meeting?
Yes, it's a short, usually when I acted was for a short period of time when the HOD had to be doing something, a matter of days. So a meeting wouldn't have been organized in that space of time.
Right. Doctor, if I may refer you to paragraph 35, which reads, on 8 October 2015, Gauteng Department of Health officials made unannounced visits to the facilities, identifying medical health care users that they deemed fit for discharge. Life Esidimeni opposed this move categorically, stating that mental health care users will only be discharged once their discharge was recommended by the facility's MDTs, multidisciplinary teams. Are you aware of that incident, Doctor?
No, I'm not.
Neither on the date or thereafter?
Yes.
And then if I may refer you to the next paragraph, paragraph 36. On 16 October 2015, NGO representatives flocked to Life Esidimeni facilities, claiming to be sent by Gauteng Department of Health to select mental health care users for their facilities. Life Esidimeni refused to grant access to NGOs who wanted to turn the facilities into mental health care user auctions, but emphasized strict adherence to the service level agreement. Were you aware of that incident?
My lady, no, I'm not aware of this incident.
Doctor, if I may then refer you to the next page, paragraph 40. It refers to a meeting arranged by the Gauteng Department of Health in the Sterkfontein Hospital Auditorium on 13 November 2015.
Okay.
All right, Johnny.
Yeah. Yeah, I just finished my test now.
And
14, I'm looking at it. 40.
Can
I'm
I
looking
ask
at
you
it.
to mute your mics? I don't know what's happening now. Somebody's telling us about a test.
My lady, probably an occupational hazard if one practices from home.
Yes.
Doctor, my apologies for the interruption. In paragraph 40, the meeting at Sterkfontein Hospital Auditorium on 13 November 2015. Did you attend that meeting?
I am not sure. I would need to see the attendance list.
Well, maybe I should refer you to the remainder of the paragraph. It says, during the meeting, the termination of Life Esidimeni contract was discussed and the following issues were raised with the attendees. 40.1, an overview was provided to the attendees concerning the type of patients admitted at Life Esidimeni, the patient needs and the Gauteng Department of Health's requirements. Does that ring a bell?
What paragraph is this?
That's paragraph 40.1.
40.1.
Maybe what should happen, we can leave the witness to look at the whole paragraph.
I'm happy to do that, my lady.
So
Okay, yes, 40.1, I have it in front of me.
Just read the whole paragraph and then the questions will follow. You'll tell us when you are done.
Okay, 40.4, I've finished that one.
Thank you, Doctor. Having read 40.1 to 40.4, I want to refer you specifically to 40.4, which reads, some NGOs voiced their concern that they were not capacitated to look after the Life Esidimeni patients, but the Gauteng Department of Health officials dismissed their concerns. Were you present at that meeting?
No, I don't remember being present in that meeting, sir.
Were you made aware at any stage that some NGOs had voiced concern that they were not capacitated to look after the Life Esidimeni patients?
No, I wasn't made aware.
If I may refer you to paragraph 45 on the next page, 2298.
Do
you have
there?
Paragraph reads, on 19 October 2015, a meeting held with Dr. Manamela and her team to discuss the process going forward. No clear plan was presented. Were you present at that meeting?
No, I wasn't.
Not.
Let me say, this is an operational meeting and I wasn't attending operational meetings.
Right. So can you confirm that no clear plan had been presented by the Gauteng Department of Health, even at the time when you were appointed as an ex officio member?
Yes, at that time there was no plan, yes.
Doctor, if you would then please turn to paragraph 49 on the next page.
Paragraph 49.
49, my lady. Do you have it, Doctor?
Yes, I have it.
It reads, on Tuesday, 10 November 2015, both Doctors Manamela and Mazamisa were at the Randfontein facility. Dr. Mkochwa, in his evidence, corrected that it was a visit to the Baneng facility. The main objective was for the latter to understand what the facility does, the type of mental health care users, and the reasons for not discharging. Dr. Mazamisa was shocked to see the caliber of mental health care users and could not continue with the facility tour, as she stated it was too much for her. She alluded to the fact that the MEC met with some clinicians who pointed out their serious concerns about the pending closure, hence the visit. And that is the part that I wish you to comment on. Were you aware that some clinicians, even from within the ranks of Gauteng Department of Health employees, had expressed concerns about the pending closure of Life Esidimeni, and that those concerns had been expressed to the MEC?
Yes, it is in my statement.
Yes.
But the good thing about this, when you mention Dr. Mazamisa now I remember that anything prior to this, yes, I wouldn't have been in there, because it's Dr. Mazamisa who was taking responsibility around that time.
Right. So did you only come on board at a later point?
No, I had been I had been the DDG all along. But like I say, as I may explain later, the volume of work that I had was just too massive. But then earlier on, Dr. Mazamisa, as the Chief Director and Hospital Services, was able to close the gap. Thank you.
When you say close the gap, what do you mean?
She was the one who was responsible at that stage.
I see. Doctor, if I may just refer you to paragraph 50 on page 2299.
I have it.
Do you have it? It says on 12 November 2015, a meeting with Dr. Tola was held to discuss the contract termination. Do you know who Dr. Tola is?
Yes, he was the chair of SASOP.
And when you say the chair of SASOP, that is the South African Society of Psychiatrists, is it?
Yes, that's it, yes.
Yes, Dr. Tola himself is a specialist psychiatrist, is that correct?
Yes, he is.
And the paragraph continues, Dr. Tola advised that SASOP had written a letter to the MEC expressing that their concerns. He also mentioned that he serves in CISA and that they also intended writing a letter to the MEC advising against such a decision. That just provides further confirmation of the concerns expressed by professionals in the field of mental health care about the plans. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of that letter by the society?
No, I wasn't.
Did you never have sight of it?
No.
Not. And much the same is said in paragraph 54 on the next page.
54.
54 on page 2300.
Yes.
It
Yes,
reads,
Andre.
on 30 November 2015, a meeting with family representatives, the South African Depression and Anxiety Group, SADAG, South African Mental Health Federation, SAMHF, South African Society of Psychiatrists, SASOP, and Gauteng Department of Health officials was convened. Dr. Lebete undertook to address the issues raised with the head of department. Doctor, it would appear that you were at that meeting. Is that correct?
It looks like, yes. Let me just... Yeah, it looks like, yes.
Yes. Do you have an independent recall of that meeting and what was discussed there?
No, I don't have a recall of it, but it looks like I was there indeed.
Yes. And I assume you would accept that the concerns that had been raised by all these parties, that would have been Life Esidimeni, SADAG, the South African Mental Health Federation, and SASOP, were discussed at that meeting.
Yes,
Would you accept that? And
Yes,
did you address those issues with the head of department?
usually after such meetings, I would give a report back.
So can one accept that the head of department would have been apprised of what had been discussed and what the concerns were?
Yes.
Doctor, if I may then refer you to paragraph 60 on page 2301.
I am there.
It reads, on 20 January 2016, a meeting was held with the Gauteng Department of Health, SADAG, SAMHF, and SASOP. Various concerns were raised, and the Gauteng Department of Health promised to supply data/information that will address the concerns. Doctor, if I may interpose, some of those concerns were who the NGOs were and what the NGO admission criteria were. Were you at that meeting?
I think I was, although I'm not sure, yes.
And are you aware that there was a request for information about the NGOs that users were to be discharged to?
Yes, I am, yes.
And that, speaking for Life Esidimeni asked the Department of Health for information about the NGOs and particularly about the admission criteria. Were you aware of that as well?
Yes, specifically more about the NGOs, information on NGOs, yes.
And the paragraph continues, the chairperson voiced concerns that some of the SASOP psychiatrists worked for the Gauteng Department of Health, and therefore Gauteng Department of Health was not keen to debate this matter with its employees. Doctor, I don't want to refer you to the other documentation at this stage, it's unnecessary, but what comes across is that it appears that the Gauteng Department of Health in effect muzzled its own employees that spoke up against the plan to transfer and discharge the patients as was intended to be done. Can you comment on that?
From this statement, it seems that was the case.
Thank you. Doctor, if you would then please turn to paragraph 65 on the next page. Page 2302. Do you have it?
Paragraph 65 from there.
Thank you. It reads, we were then informed, we being Life Esidimeni, were then informed that SADAG had requested meeting with the department and with representatives of families. The meeting took place in the Gauteng Department of Health offices on 9 February 2016. The meeting was attended by myself, being Dr. Morgan Mkachwa, Dr. Makgabo Manamela, Dr. Molefe Mosenogi, Dr. Richard Lebete. So it appears that you attended that meeting.
Okay.
And then it mentions some other persons, also Dr. Talatala in paragraph 65.11. And then in paragraph 66, it says during the meeting, the following issues amongst others were discussed.
66, hold on. Yes.
66.1, the position of Life Esidimeni staff and the urgent need for the department to engage with staff and unions. 66.2, the projected time frame for completion. Do you recall that?
Yes.
66.3, the availability of beds at the NGOs. You recall that?
Yes.
66.4, the process of upgrading the facilities at the NGOs. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Doctor, am I correct that at that stage there were a large number of the NGOs who still did not have proper facilities? Do you recall that?
I wouldn't recall that, but from the report, it looks like that was the case.
Yes. Now, Dr. Mkachwa says the very same issues I have highlighted were raised, and those are the issues I have already alluded to that were raised by Life Esidimeni. Do you recall that?
You mean in the cross-examinations?
No. Well, I mentioned to you in this debate that we've been having that Life Esidimeni had over a period of time raised a number of concerns with the Department of Health about the intended discharge. Amongst others, as you have already indicated, a need to be provided with information about the NGOs and their admission criteria. Can you confirm that these issues were again discussed at this meeting?
We are on 66.5.
Indeed, Doctor. I'm referring to the sentence, the very same issues I have highlighted were raised.
Yeah, I have a problem now that I see Dr. Mazamisa there. I don't think I was with her in this very same meeting, although the issues, I do recognize the issues.
Yes, Doctor, I've already indicated or referred you to paragraph 65.4, in which your name is specifically recorded as having been there, and you did not deny your presence there. In fact, you confirmed that you would have been there.
Okay.
Doctor, so the point that I'm making is that once again, the concerns of Life Esidimeni were mentioned and discussed. Do you accept that?
Yes, that I would accept, yes.
Yes. And Dr. Mkachwa says the MEC did not attend that meeting, nor did the HOD. Dr. Mazamisa, who is Chief Director Clinical Services, attended the meeting with the other Mental Health Directorate officials. Mr. Mosenogi was also in attendance.
Yeah.
They promised that the mental health care users would not be taken to a place worse than a Life Esidimeni facility. Do you remember that promise being made?
Yes, this is what the intention was, and it was mentioned several times.
Right. So Life Esidimeni was entitled to accept the word of the department that the mental health care users would not be taken to a place worse than a Life Esidimeni facility. Doctor, am I correct that they would have been entitled to accept that that would happen? having been given the assurance?
Yes, that would be the case.
Right. And when we asked how they would be assured of that, the department said they would send their team to assess these NGOs. Going over the page, the family representatives requested that they be allowed to go visit the NGOs before their loved ones were taken there. That never happened. I assume that you would confirm that that did not happen.
We are on paragraph?
That is a continuation of paragraph 66.5 on page 2304.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm there.
And what I read to you, Doctor, is the family representatives requested that they be allowed to go visit the NGOs before their loved ones were taken there. That never happened. Can you confirm that there was such a request, but that the visits did not take place? Excuse me.
I know there was such a request, but as to the visits not taking place, I wouldn't know on that one.
I accept that, Doctor. Dr. Mkachwa continues and he says numerous differences could not be resolved. I assume that would be correct.
Well, it looks like it's the case, yeah.
Yes. Life Esidimeni's offer to assist in the accreditation of the NGOs was also declined. Just by way of background to that statement, and I'm going to ask you about it, is that Dr. Mkachwa's evidence was that Life Esidimeni had offered to assist in the Department of Health in inspecting facilities to ensure that those facilities and the staffing complement and the physical surroundings were of a nature that would be sufficient to accommodate mental health care users from Life Esidimeni. Do you remember such an offer being made?
And the accreditation one declined. I wouldn't know about the declining, but yes, the offer may have been made, but I don't know how it was declined.
Well, can I take it that you accept that that offer was made, that information was requested about the NGOs, but it wasn't provided? Do you accept that?
Yes, now that you say it, yes.
If the court will bear with me for a moment.
Okay.
Doctor, and then, thank you, my lady. If you would then look at paragraph 71 on the same page. Well, chronologically, let's first look at paragraph 70. It says on 11 March 2016, SADC re-enrolled the court application against the Gauteng Department of Health. Life Esidimeni did not oppose the application and took a decision to abide the order of court. You were aware of that court application, weren't you, Doctor?
By SADC?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were also aware, as is stated in paragraph 71, on 15 March 2016, the court dismissed the application. You were aware of that?
Yes.
Then in paragraph 72, on 5 April 2016, and in anticipation of the meeting with the Gauteng Department of Health, I wrote to the department and I proposed that we discuss and agree on the following. And I'm going to take you to the next page, paragraph 72.4. We requested the final plan of the Department of Health on user movements till 30 June so that we could plan accordingly. And 72.5, finalization of the above issues and then draw up an annex to the service level agreement. Do you recall that, Doctor, that Life Esidimeni requested the final plan of the department on user movements until 30 June to enable Life Esidimeni to plan accordingly?
Yes.
And that Life Esidimeni also wished an annex to the service level agreement to be drawn up once the issues had been finalized, amongst the issues being the plan, the final plan to discharge the users. Were you aware of that wish on the part of Life Esidimeni?
I'm not sure of this one, but the request for plan, I know it did come from SADC and the others. 7.72.5, I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Okay.
Yeah.
But you cannot dispute that that is in fact what Life Esidimeni wished? And
no, I can't dispute.
Thank you. Doctor, if you would then turn to paragraph 74 on page 2306.
94.
74.
Yes.
This relates to a meeting with representatives of the Gauteng Department of Health, including Dr. Manamela, on 19 April 2016. Can you recall whether you were present at that meeting?
No, I can't recall.
Is it possible that you may have been there?
It may be possible, yes.
Right. Doctor, and amongst the issues that were discussed, the first one is the important one. Once again, the user placement plan and process. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that one.
Will you accept that up until that point, the department had still not provided Life Esidimeni with a plan, a final plan regarding transfer and discharge of the patients?
Well, if it was part of the agenda, it would mean that would have been the case.
Yes. If you could look further down the page, paragraph 76. On 26 April 2016, a meeting was held, and amongst the issues discussed was the Life Esidimeni termination of the contract and the user's decanting plan. On 27 April 2016, I received the mental health care user transfer and decanting plan from Dr. Manamela, which recorded that on 26 April 2016, there were 604 mental health care users at Waverley and adults at Baneng, 407 mental health care users at Rand West Care Centre, and 431 mental health care users at Randfontein Care Centre. The plan was that all patients would have been transferred within a period of 7 weeks, and that by 17 June 2016, the project would have been completed. The time frame was set bearing in mind that Life Esidimeni contract would be terminated effective 30 June 2016. Doctor, my question is, did you have knowledge of that plan?
I'm just having a look at it. No.
You didn't?
No.
So if I refer you to page 77, paragraph 77, my apologies, on page 2307, where Dr. Mkachwa says the proposed project plan was contrary to the Mental Health Care Act as well as the service level agreement, which stipulated the manner in which mental health care users were to be discharged. I assume you would not be able to comment on that, not having knowledge of the plan.
Yes, but then if it's in 7 weeks, it's a short space of time.
Yes, exactly. Doctor, well, let me rephrase. Did you at any stage during the discharge process up until 30 June 2016 or after finalization of the discharge process receive any complaints from either departmental officials or NGOs regarding problems that they had experienced with Life Esidimeni's participation in that process?
No, I didn't get any complaints.
No complaints of whatsoever nature?
Yes.
Thank you. My lady, would you bear with me? I just need to take an instruction, if I may go off camera and mute for a moment.
You may do so.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. I see it's now a few minutes before 4 o'clock. I would like us to end it here and then we'll proceed tomorrow. I'm going to excuse the witness now so that we can remain to discuss the issues that we couldn't finish the other day regarding the dates. The witness is warned that he is still under oath. He need not discuss his evidence with anybody else until he's excused by the court. I hope I'm talking to you, Mr. Dr. Lebete.
Yes, I've heard you.
Okay, thank you very much. Come back tomorrow, 10 o'clock, in order to proceed with your evidence. Thank you, and the others who are not part of the proceedings can also be excused. Irene, are you there? Where is Irene? Just bear with me. You have
I'm
gone?
here, Judge.
Oh, are you here? Okay, thank you. Can I check with you as to whether you have resolved the issue of the dates for the continuation of the inquest in the next term?
Judge, I sent the link for the doodle poll that was arranged by Section 27 attorneys for council to fill in their dates. So I don't know if they've all done it because I would like for everyone to put their dates so that we can have a complete collective thing.
Okay.
So maybe they can confirm if they've all managed to get the time to do it.
Afternoon, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Sibar. I just want us to discuss so that we can.
Irene said in the morning that she emailed the whatever they call it to Mr. Chowe. I need to put it on record that the state attorney's emails are not working.
Okay, but in the meantime, can we resolve this issue and see if we can finalize it now? Because I need to report to the JP. As I indicated, I gave you time. I thought it was done the day it was discussed. And now it's Thursday. It appears, I don't know. Where is Ms. Kasim and the others? Can I hear so that we can lay it to rest?
My lady.
Mr. Wodes, you were also not present when we were discussing
yes, my
the
lady,
issue.
but my junior conveyed the message to me.
Yes.
I told Irene I don't have availability in the last term.
Come again?
I'm not available on any of the days in the last term, but my junior gave her availability. We cooperated, we put our availability. But because of this inquest, I personally moved everything out. So I've taken up the first term of next year and the last term of this year. I would have clear days in the second term, but I understand if you run in the interim, and I'll make the necessary arrangements.
You will definitely make the necessary arrangements.
To the extent that I'm able to do so, yes, my lady.
Okay.
But I'm not available, and I've responded to the, I think it's a doodle request.
But he will be there. She will avail herself.
Yes, my lady.
Thank
She put
you
a date on, as is my attorney.
Because the intention is to proceed in the next term. It appears we will definitely proceed in the first term next year, depending on your availability, because I can see that most of you won't be available the whole part of these 2 terms. So in that case, if that is the case, should we not finish and should we be running behind, I'm going to request that we take 1 full term after these 2 terms, because what I realize is that as we were discussing the other day, there are people who have got problems with next term, the full term, and even the term, first term next year, the whole full term.
That's my position, my lady. I could commit myself to the second term of next year. But what I also anticipated, my lady, is that if you run, my witness, fortunately for me, is the last witness.
Okay.
So it doesn't appear that she'll be testifying before, in any time soon. So what I've done is I've arranged with my junior and my attorney. They'll keep me abreast of the developments, and I'll try to keep the dates available accordingly. But I would be available in the second term of next year, my lady.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, my lady. Perhaps I can just mention, your ladyship will recall that I had mentioned that I'm already engaged in a trial of long duration in the first term next year. I have managed to arrange for a colleague to take that matter over, so I will be available in the first term next year.
Okay, so that will be, is it the whole term next year?
The whole term, my lady.
Okay, because can we check just quickly, as I tried to do the other day. I thought Ms. Kasim's option was going to help, but it appears it's now delaying, So can we look at, I was looking at the 18th of October, 2021 until the end of term, which is, did you say the 3rd of December?
Yes, my lady.
And it appeared, I don't, was it Mr. Watbrinkel and Mr. Van Bergen, who would not have been able to avail themselves during that time? You said you were going to be available from the 8th of November.
That's correct, my lady.
And Mr. Watbringer?
Lady, I personally am not available at all in November until I think it's the last 3 days. I'm just checking quickly. Yeah, I'm not available the 1st to the 26th of November.
But I know that Mr. Martins.
Mr. Martin has some availability.
He said he could be available. He could try to be available from the 8th.
I know that he's filled in the doodle form as well. I'd have to look at it again to see what he did exactly there.
Yes, but he was here when we discussed, and then he mentioned, in fact, he was going to be available from the 15th. I'm just, as far as I can recall.
Yes, my lady, what he said, if I may, insist, he said that he would be available from the 15th. He is involved in, I think, an arbitration in the UK.
Yes, in October.
But he said that he would try to see if he can make himself available from the 8th.
Yes, but
I don't know.
think the arbitration is somewhere somewhere in October.
Yes.
Yes.
He's not
so
available.
That's why he said he could try to be available maybe from the 8th, as we're talking, as far as I can recall. Yes.
He said he would endeavour to make
Yes.
plans to be available, my lady, but he said actually he's only available from the 15th.
That's how I understood him. And okay, and then these were the only 2 council who indicated that they were not available from the 18th of October.
My lady,
Mr. Pinar didn't have any problem. You sorted out your problems, isn't it?
Yes, my lady, but I have no, in any case, I was available from the 18th of October.
Yes.
But I'd have no objection. Should we commence on the 8th of November to accommodate some of the other colleagues? I have no objection to that.
In fact, I'm looking at that in order to reach a compromise. I'm looking at that. And then that's why when I started, I said, I realized that some of your colleagues would be having problems in the next 2 terms, because I said we should now look at dates which can help us to facilitate the finality, taking into account that we still have 33 witnesses.
Yes. Milady, yes, on that, on
That
that
is why,
premise.
if you can understand what I'm trying to do,
Yes.
I'm trying to say to all of you, I understand that the next 2 terms will be having problems, but I'm going to ensure that we sit at least for the whole month towards the end, which can, even if we get 6 to 7 weeks, right?
Yes.
And then from there, if we can, I don't know who said he will not be available from the 17th of January to the somewhere in February.
Milady, if I remember correctly, I think it was Mr. van Bergen.
Yes.
I think he said he's resolved that problem now.
So I'm also trying to accommodate him.
Yes.
My lady, I beg your ladyship's pardon. I've resolved that issue.
You have resolved the issue.
Yes.
So you are available when?
From the 17th of January, my lady, for the entire term.
Milady.
Yes.
I will also make myself available for the first term next year.
Okay.
Because if we commence on the 8th of November, I've already made arrangements to try and accommodate other matters that I'm involved in during October. Because I'm going to have the whole of October to manage that, my lady.
Thank you.
I believe I'll be able to.
Okay. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Can I check now if we first resolve the issue of the next term?
My lady, the next term I'm available from the 8th of November until the end of the term on the 3rd of December.
I don't have any problem with you. You never indicated that you had problems. Can I check with the others?
As a court witness, my lady.
Can we agree to accommodate Mr. Van Werken and Mr. Godpringel and start maybe on the 8th of November until the 3rd of December.
Advocate Sibara and Makani, we are happy with that, Madam.
Okay, there is Miss Mihlape before. Okay, Mr. Watpringel, you can say something.
My lady, my understanding is that Mr. Martin is at best available from the 15th, and as I mentioned, I'm not available in November.
Okay, no, it's fine. I'm looking at Mr. Martin because he was here yesterday, the day I started the debate, and I'm trying to check if he's available from the 8th. No, he indicated that he will endeavor to see if he will be available. So that's why I'm sticking to this date because I need this week.
Yes, but I understand he has endeavored, and his endeavor hasn't been successful. That's the point. He hasn't been able to.
Did he indicate in the?
My attorneys are WhatsApping me now. They're in contact with him. They've indicated he's not available that week of the 8th.
I'm worried the 15th is too late. If we start on the 15th, how many weeks will we be left with? Because
it's 3 weeks, my lady.
Until the 3rd?
Yes.
Lady, my junior has limited availability in November. She's filled it in on that doodle that was circulated.
Your junior?
Has limited availability in November. She filled in the dates on the doodle calendar that was circulated.
Which days are those? If I may.
She's coming through.
My lady, I'd mentioned that I have 2 trials at the beginning of November, and then I'm available on the 15th and 16th, and thereafter I have another trial. So it's really just the last 2 weeks of November that I'm available.
Yeah.
And a few dates in between.
I think we have to compromise. We have to do something. Otherwise, we're not going to do anything. If I can please try to move certain things so that we can have at least, if we start, I was looking at starting from the 8th. Let me see, from the 8th of November, 1, 2, 3, 4. It was going to give us the whole month. At least we shall have done something.
My lady, if I may perhaps just raise something. I'm also available in October, the first week of October. Would it perhaps be possible to sit that first week of October, at least get those 5 full days in? And if we then only have 3 weeks in November, it still gives us a full month.
Can I check who is available in the first week of October? Is it when is the term starting in October?
On the 4th of October.
There was a problem with the issue of recess. So it's starting from the 4th, ne?
Yes, my lady.
Is it possible to take, because when I opted for the 18th, I was trying to accommodate those of you who could be having commitments, taking into account that we didn't discuss these dates before. So I thought I was giving you a month in advance to look at your diaries. But if the majority of you is available from the 4th, then we can use the first 2 weeks. Is that possible, of October? If we use the first 2 weeks in October, then in November, we can start from the 15th. Then we take the 3 weeks in November. Is that doable? I think that's the compromise that we can take now. Then all in all, we'll be having 3 plus 2 weeks. That will be 5 weeks. I just don't want us to lose the whole month in a term.
Lady, may I just inquire if I can manage the first week in October, but I've made arrangements now for the rest of October to manage all my other matters.
That is why
in
I
order
said,
to be able to proceed on the 8th of November.
Come again?
I said I've done that now
In order to be able to
proceed on the 8th of November. So, but I have no objection to. I'll be managed the first week in October, from the first week of the term, the 4th of October.
My lady.
Yes, I've noted you, but I'll come to you.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Yes. Can I check first, and then before I give you the chance to speak, let me check with the others. Mr. Waters?
My lady, my junior is available for the first week of October. She can accommodate that, and into the second week, but not on the last day. So she can do the first 9 trial days of the week of the month of October, from the 4th onwards.
The first and the second week.
She can do the 4th to the 8th, and she can go up to the 14th, but she can't do the 15th.
Let's agree, Mr. Waters. She can be available on the first week of October.
Yes, my lady. I said the first week, and then up to the 14th of October, she's available.
Okay. So it means the first and the second week.
No, my lady, not the Friday, the 15th of October.
Just let me see. Until the, yes, but tentatively is the first and the second week, up to Thursday.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, can I, before I go to Mr. Koka, anybody wants to say something?
My lady, I'm not available that second week of October.
Yes, you have made your point. We'll look at that. But I know that I'm not going to be able to accommodate all of you. At the end of the day, we'll have to reach a compromise. Yes, Ms. Koka?
I see, my lady, there is Ms. Mboweni, and there is...
No, I've noted you first. It's fine.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the first week of October, I am not available. These matters, my lady, that I'll be having during that first week, I've had matters that I cannot even pass to any colleague. Otherwise, all the other dates when I was not available, those matters, I haven't started with them, and I've given them up, my lady.
Okay.
As the court pleases.
The second week you are available?
Yes, my lady. Yes, my lady.
Yes, Ms. Mboweni.
May I please the court, my lady? I'm available for the first 2 weeks of October as well.
Yes, there is I see there's a hand. Is it Ms. Mahlape? Yes.
My lady, myself and Advocate Ramay Mela are available on the first 2 weeks of October. However, the last 2 weeks of October, we're not available. The first 2 weeks, we are available.
Yes, so it means the majority of you are available in the first and the second week of October.
Lady, if I may, I lost connectivity for a while, so I'm not sure what exactly I've missed. I had to log off and log on again, and I still had some problems. But, lady, I've recently become available for the week of the 4th of October, but not the week thereafter.
What about Ms. Martins, Mr. Martin?
The difficulty is that on the 12th, the Health Professional Council is having an inquiry concerning Dr. Celebano. So he's the same client. In
yes, okay.
So he would also not be able to be present during this.
The second week.
he can either be in the inquest or he can be in that hearing, and that hearing was set
Are we
down.
talking about the second week,
We're talking about the 12th to the 14th.
which is the second week of October?
It's in the second week, yes. It's not the whole second week. Unless we raise with them, but I don't have instructions on that, and say to them that the inquest must take priority. I don't know. I can get back to you on that if I may tomorrow morning, or Mr. Martin, or one of us.
Okay. I'm thinking that can we take the dates from the 15th? I have a problem only with Ms. Koka with regard to the first week. I can see hands. I'm not sure if, okay, that one, if she forgot to put it down. Ms. Mihlape, do you want to say something?
No, my lady.
Okay, please put your hands
down.
Yes,
Thank
just
you.
put your hand down. And
I'll do
then I think even Ms. Koka didn't want to say anything, but her hand was up. Do you want to say something, Ms. Hasim, before I close this? Yes.
Thank you, my lady. I was just trying to give an indication from our side in relation to the first 2 weeks of October. As you know, my lady, there are 2 colleagues with me in our team, and between us, we will be available in the first 2 weeks of October. So it will mean that I won't be available on certain days, but my colleagues will be available to do any questioning that's required.
Okay.
My lady?
Ms. Koka, you are representing who?
Miss Rochelle Gordon, my lady.
And then what number?
Number 6. My lady, I wanted to make a suggestion before you make your ruling.
Yes.
Seeing that, my lady, most of my colleagues are available during the first week, I would request my lady to the 7th, if maybe, if we cannot sit at least on the 7th to accommodate me. I have a matter that I cannot run away from on the 7th of October. Then I'll avail myself for the 4 days. But on the 7th, I really cannot.
Will you avail yourself from Monday?
Yes, Monday to Wednesday and then Friday.
And
But
then your problem is only one day, the 1 day.
Yes, Thursday, my lady. I won't be
But
able.
we can sit the whole week, even if, I mean, if you miss 1 day, it won't be. Yes, okay. So, but the second week you are not available.
No, I'm available, my lady. It's only the problem is the first week, but the first week it's I can avail myself except for the 7th.
Okay.
Thursday.
All right. I'm going. I think what we can do is to sit, subject to what Mr. Watbringle will say tomorrow morning in respect of the second week.
My lady, as far as the, I'm sorry to interrupt your ladyship. As far as that inquiry is concerned, it seems to me that that Dr. Selabano is under subpoena. And if your ladyship directs that this matter is going to run from the 4th of October for 2 weeks, then we will have to advise the Health Professional Council that he is simply not available for that hearing. I get the sense that hearing is not, in any event, not ripe. I can't say that as a fact, but it looks to me like that.
I get you. So will you, you will communicate with the evidence leader who can assist with a letter in that regard?
Yes, it's been postponed multiple times, and there's
so
so little activity going on there.
Yes. No, they are aware that the inquest has begun.
Yes, and to not fit in with the inquest when there's so many parties involved, my lady, I think the balance of convenience and plus the hierarchy. This is the High Court; it must take precedent with respect.
Okay. Will that be sorted out, Mr. Late? Are you there? Where is Mr. Late?
My lady just stepped out, but our office will be able to assist with a letter.
Thank you very much. Can we take, I think we should utilize, I understand the concerns of other colleagues, but let them make arrangements. I think we should, having considered all the council's involvement, we could take the first 2 weeks in October and the last 3 weeks from November. That is the last 3 weeks of the next term. That will be from is it the 15th up to the 3rd of December?
Yes, my lady.
That's correct, my lady.
Please, those who have problems, let them make arrangements. I don't want to detain you for long. Can we quickly then then discuss the January one? I'm just making a note here. I said from the 4th up to
the term.
Just as before we go to that one, I think we should sit from the 4th of October to Friday the 15th, ne? The 15th of October, and then from there we proceed from the 15th of November to the 3rd of December.
As a proposers.
And then from there we can, I don't have, okay.
My lady, the term starts again the 16th of January. The 17th of January, that's the Monday.
Not that should be the 17th, not the 16th.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, the 17th, it's a Monday. So this is up to when?
I'm not sure about the date, my lady.
Okay, Irene will have to look at this. In the meantime, please look at your diaries and then let's see how we can resolve this before the end of next week. Today it's Thursday.
Judge, can I
Yes.
please assist with the date for January? Term starts on 17 January to 27 March.
But we discussed this a bit and others indicated when they will be available. Can I check quickly with those who have problems with this term?
My lady, I've recorded that I have problems, but my junior will step in and will accommodate the inquest.
Okay.
I can give you the terms for next year. I have it before me, my lady. As your registrar said, it's 17 January to 27 March. So they're 10 weeks in the first term. Then recess is 28 March to 10 April.
I've got those days. It's just that I wanted. Okay, thanks. And then I want to look at dates for these two terms so that we can decide. I think I'm looking at getting a full term. If we can get a full term in these two terms, we have already agreed that in the next term we'll utilize only 5 weeks. So I wanted to check because when I checked the other day, I realized that people already have commitments like yourself, Mr. Hodes. So I just wanted to check who is available when so that we agree on at least 5 to 6 weeks or even 7 weeks, if that is possible.
Lady,
Mr. Hodges, how many terms, just a second, how many weeks do we have in the second term?
10 weeks as well, my lady. So it's
In
from
the second
11
term,
April. It's
Okay.
11 April to 19 June. I'm clear that time, my lady. Any weeks that
11
suit you,
April
lady.
to 19 June.
19 June. Yes, my lady.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm clear that time.
Can we, I'm going to ask you, in the meantime, while we are busy arranging these dates, please avail yourselves for the second term, the full term of the second term next year.
Judge, can I give you the dates for the second term of next year?
I've got them already. Mr. Hodes has already given them to us.
Okay.
Unless if they differ. Okay. Can we quickly, I don't want to delay you for long. Will we have time tomorrow to discuss this, or let me shelve this for next week? Once we finish with this witness, then we discuss the dates for look at your diaries. Please follow the same route that Ms. Kasim proposed, and let's see what happens with regard to the first term next year. And as you are doing that, the likelihood is that we would proceed in the second term for the whole period of the second term. I hope we understand each other. And then on that note,
My lady, my apologies. I'm sorry to interrupt. My lady, it's just not clear to me. Are we looking at both the first and the second terms next year, or either first or second term?
what I suggested, I don't know whether yesterday you were there, the other day when I think it was on Tuesday when I started talking about this. What I said was that let's look at the coming two terms, which is next term, the last term of the year, and the first term.
Yes.
Then I indicated that if we cannot get one full term between the two, I will therefore be looking at the subsequent term for a full term. So that is why, after discussing with you the days, because I already realized that some of your colleagues won't be available also in the first term next year for a full term.
Yes.
Then I started saying, as we are doing this, please bear in mind that we might proceed in the second term for the whole term.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. On that note, I'm closing this meeting.
Judge, can I please just get those dates, those dates for the first week of October? I missed those. I only captured from...
You are not a problem. We can always discuss, please.
Okay.
Just leave that to the others. Can we close this meeting? It's about 24 minutes past 4 o'clock. Let's resume tomorrow and continue with the evidence. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
Please look at your diaries and then follow the same route as proposed by Ms. Kasim. Let's see if we cannot resolve the dates for the term in January. Thank you very much.
As the court pleases.
If I may, my lady.
As the
My
court
lady.